Good morning, committee. Good morning, members of the public who are here with us today. And for those who are attending via Zoom electronically, I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is currently 9:02 a.m. I'd like to confirm that all members of the committee are present and that I can confirm that we have quorum. As well, I'd like to confirm that our CAO, our clerk, and other members of our senior management team are here and present for today's meeting. There were no public comments received, but for those who are watching and participating, please note that public comments can be received at TML public comments at muskokalakes.ca. A reminder that today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. By participating in this open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. There is no supplementary agenda for general and finance today, and I would just at this point ask committee members, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, I will now move on to the next part of our agenda, which is item number 4. Now, in advance of item number 4, which is when we invite our delegations to come and speak, I would like to note that today is yet again in our journey of continuous improvement. We have a few new things to manage through today's meeting. The first is going to be that today is our first day where we're having in person, so a hybrid public delegation. So there will be people that are participating live, and there will be people participating via Zoom. So very similar for those in the public that you will note that there are members of committee that are currently sitting around this table and in person today. As well, there are members of committee, and if you look to, for those of you sitting in this room today, you'll note that there's a couple of councillors who are participating via Zoom. So as we all navigate this hybrid world, I ask for patience, and I've also will continue to keep this meeting going if we all just continue to kind of work together on that process. So that's the first new thing. The second thing that's new is we have a shift in our agenda, and for those who have been participating for a while, you will note that our delegations at this point will speak. So the 4 that are currently on item number 4 will each have their 5-minute delegation period. The appropriate time to ask questions for the delegate is at that point. So that's asking questions. For a couple of the items, you will note that under item 10, my apologies. That will be the opportunity for a discussion if there is a specific ask in the delegation. So there are a couple specific asks. So our discussion for those items will actually happen at that point. The other last quick thing is that the clerk is going to help me facilitate the timing of these delegations. As noted, each delegate has 5 minutes. There's a cell phone beside me that's tracking it. At 4 minutes and 30 seconds, what you will see, or you might hear if you're still speaking, is the noise from a chime from the cell phone. That's just your indication that you still have 30 seconds to go, but to help wind it up. So a few new things that we are trying today. And at that point, I think, is there anything else from the clerk to add to today's meeting? Thank you. I am going to ask our first delegate who will be presenting, I believe in person, Ms. Val Hamilton from Muskoka Tourism. Welcome. Thank you. Great, thank you. We're working with everybody on this. We're just trying to help everybody be consistent and on time. So when your presentation is up, we will start. Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay, there we go.
And we will wait for that presentation.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Mayor, Chair, and Council members for letting me be here today. I'm Val Hamilton, the Executive Director of Muskoka Tourism. I'm also a resident of Port Carly, and I just live across from Hanna Park, so it's nice to be in my own backyard this morning. We can go to the next slide. So today, really quickly, I just want to let you know what we're working on at Muskoka Tourism. Some of you are new to the council table. Some of you have been here for many years, and there have been a lot of exciting changes for organizations. So I want to highlight some of those today. And our role at Muskoka Tourism is to ensure Muskoka is the must experience destination in our province every season of the year, not just in the summer months. And we do this by creating marketing excitement that inspires visitors to choose Muskoka first and often. So our mandate is marketing, just to market our region the best we can so we attract as many visitors as possible. Next slide. Muskoka is home to endless natural beauty, providing the perfect backdrop for adventure or escape. That's our brand promise that we try to convey in all of our marketing campaigns every season of the year. Next slide. So the font got a little wonky here, but you get the drift. Our board of directors. So we are mostly funded by the District of Muskoka, and then we also have 250 tourism partners, so tourism members as well. And this is our board of directors that we're governed by. I just highlighted the ones in red that are in Muskoka Lakes region. Next slide. Also important to note, we do have two board members that are appointed by the District of Muskoka, Brenda Rhodes and Peter Johnston. So the tourism landscape in Muskoka is quite unique because we're made up of all these different communities. So it's a benefit, but it also makes it sometimes complicated to kind of understand. So we have 5 chambers, 3 BIAs, we have 6 EDOs, we have RTO 12, and then new on the scene is the MAT tax. So all of our tourism partners do touch, marketing tourism a little bit, but our mandate is just marketing. That's the thing that kind of sets us apart. We have reinvigorated our relationship with RTO 12, and they are moving away from marketing Muskoka and providing more funding to Muskoka Tourism for that. We're also working with HMATA, the Huntsville Municipal Accommodation Tax. So they've been in place for a couple of years now, and we've been able to do some quite large scale partnerships. This past year, we did a $30,000 partnership with them that tapped into 9 million impressions with Destination Ontario. So we were able to facilitate more impressions for them. And now we're starting to work with Gravenhurst as well. Next slide. So very quickly, we had a great fall campaign. We had a record number of website impressions, driving over 277,000 website sessions to discovermuskoka.ca and over 100,000 leads. So 100,000 people came to our site and then went to one of our tourism businesses as an outbound link. We had ads in the Globe and Mail. We did work with local Cogeco. We did work with the Weather Network. We had those banner ads, Dear Ontario, calling out that we have the biggest and brightest fall colors. And then we also had the Tourism Summit of Ontario in Muskoka as well. Next slide. Very quickly, we also had a fantastic winter campaign. We were doing work with Explore Canada, Destination Ontario, more weather triggered ads. So everyone's looking at the Weather Network in the winter. There were select days in Toronto where if you opened your phone, you got a Muskoka shot. So just to inspire those thoughts to think of Muskoka for their vacation. And then the next slide here, we have a short video. I don't know if the sound will work, but we'll see if it goes. So there's no sound, but I'll just kind of speak to it. It says, "You've been here," and has all this beautiful summer imagery, and then flips to, "But have you been here?" to remind people that are summer enthusiasts that we are the winter destination as well. So this was an ad that was a YouTube pre-roll ad, Facebook, Instagram, and it did really well. This drove over 5 million impressions. We can go to the next slide. 30 seconds. Okay, we can skip this slide. Skip this slide. Next slide. You can click through these. And partnership is what makes us so successful. So this past year, we promoted Fire and Ice working with Bracebridge. We had $13,000 behind supporting Muskoka Chautauqua. We worked with Oktoberfest Muskoka to amplify that event. Every single week, we're on Cogeco TV and Moose FM promoting things to do in the area. And we're also working right now with Corey to promote the Hike the Lakes campaign. Next slide. Also excited to share that we have a summer campaign coming up, and it's rooted in sustainability. So in the past, we haven't done marketing in the summer, but we want to ensure that people are reminded that we are the summer destination and to go lightly while you're here. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. And thank you for being our guinea pig with that.
No problem.
Trying something new. That was well done. And I think you probably will have some questions from committee at this point, but I would love to see that more details coming through you electronically as well.
Absolutely.
We do read. So thank you very much for your time today. Committee, any questions for Ms. Hamilton? Councillor Nishikawa.
Hi, sorry. I'm just very interesting through you. The RT12, that whole conversation that they're now transferring funds to you as opposed to what kind of money are we talking about? I'm asking specifically from a district perspective of the dollar figures and where else funds come from.
Yeah, absolutely. We are one of the lowest funded DMOs in our province. When you look at our competition like Prince Edward County, Blue Mountain, we are well behind. But one of the biggest things in that is a lot of these DMOs are getting money and working with Matt. That's really kind of the biggest thing. Prince Edward County is going to have $1 million in marketing this year. We're going to have $250,000 in marketing. So we want to ensure Muskoka continues to be the destination. So we need to continue to work towards that. I do think Matt across Muskoka is, the best case scenario, just being able to have, amazing events that can come. The Maple Festival in Huntsville this year was free, for example, because they had the fees covered. So I just think Matt is a fantastic way to support tourism. And then RTO 12 does have 4 different pillars that they work on, including workforce. They're doing some work right now in sustainability. They're doing some work in housing to support tourism. And they've kind of said, we're going to kind of support the back end of tourism to ensure people are coming here and they have places to live. But we think it's a little bit confusing with the Muskoka brand being marketed from the Great Canadian Wilderness, that their consumer facing brand. So this year they are giving us roughly $70,000 in partnership funds. We do get, I believe, close to $240,000 from the district and $50,000 in membership. But then we do work with Huntsville Municipal Accommodation Tax. There's other partnerships that kind of happen as well.
May I further? Thank you. I get it's just the dollars I'm trying to sort of equate in as well. Historically, West Muskoka is very underserved. However, I again, as a district councillor for the Township Muskoka Lakes, I recognize that chunk of change that goes to Muskoka Tourism is we pay the largest share. I have been in at times I visited our Chamber of Commerce and found that again we were not being represented where other municipalities were, and that concerns me. So I guess I'll sort of do this further offline, but I am concerned that West Muskoka is not being served proportionately.
Like the Georgian Bay area? Is that where
we are West Muskoka. Okay,
sorry, I didn't know how far.
Well, if you're this side of Highway 11, that kind of equates to West, like we're 169, the 400, like all of those areas that we take in, 118. So that's West Muskoka.
So perhaps what we could say is if there's a question on funding, I think you've given us a good introduction today as to the different ways that we are being funded, but perhaps as a follow-up, just having a further understanding as to how we are funded and funding tourism, because it sounds like you have some shifting things happening internally as well. Is that correct? So that would be just how the relationship with RTO 12 is happening.
Yeah.
The MAT tax in Gravenhurst and Huntsville, these types of things are starting to shift your approach. Is that correct?
So working with the Huntsville MAT tax, when they fund a program for $20,000, the marketing just goes to Huntsville for that. Everything else that we do is broad awareness. So that like Muskoka feeling that we're trying to convey. Then we drive everyone to discovermuskoka.ca, and we have it broken out by all the different communities, different things to do. And from there, the traveler kind of decides what fits best for them as a couple, as a family. So we don't do as much ads for, say, things. Like, we don't say, okay, you need to come to Muskoka and this is the one boat cruise you should go on or something like that. It's more general, high level. And then we kind of help them once they come to our site to plan that trip.
Okay.
So I feel like Muskoka overall is marketed very evenly.
Okay. Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Bosomworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. You may have answered my question just in your last response about the Huntsville accommodation tax. And you gave an example where if they give your organization $20,000, then you'd have you'd specifically target the Huntsville area. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay, so can you give us examples of what Huntsville have targeted in the way of advertising, and maybe how we could do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Gravenhurst is sorry, and you said great. You're partnering with Gravenhurst as well, which I don't believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, an accommodation tax.
Yep, Gravenhurst has an accommodation tax.
do
They've
they?
been
Okay.
collecting since January.
Okay.
Right now, they're just kind of collecting and building that pool and building their board that will help manage that fund. And then probably in Q4, they're going to be looking on, best ways to spend those dollars. So right now, working with Huntsville is kind of a one-off because they have this pool of money. I think in an ideal world, if everyone has mat tax, well, then we're all kind of coming together. There's someone from every community, and we're all at a table, and I'm saying, I think we should buy ads at the Toronto International Film Festival this year, or I think we should have ads in Pearson Airport to get the people that are coming in. And then this board collectively is saying, okay, we're each going to put in $100,000 and we're all going to target something together. While working with Huntsville, it's been one-off things where I've said Destination Ontario has opportunities to buy into this program, $25,000. And that would be mostly targeted digital ads that, they would identify the content. I actually would write the content, they would review it, but then it was deployed through the Destination Ontario channels. So that's what it's been right now. It's been very specific projects. It's not that Huntsville gives me money every month and then I focus so much of my marketing on Huntsville. It's kind of bigger programs, just to keep it very simple, because I do want to ensure that our master marketing is representing all of Muskoka.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bosomworth.
Thank you. Very quick question. What does the acronym ending in 12 mean?
Regional Tourism Organization 12. So I think it was 15 years ago, the province divided Ontario up into 13 regions, and they're funded by the provincial government. So we are numbered 12, but RTO 12 also encompasses Laurier-Stool, Algonquin Park, Almegwin. So it's a bigger area, but Muskoka is the biggest tourism driver in the region.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. Very good presentation. You showed how many website hits that you have. Do you track how many sales you make off those hits? In other words, we looked for a holiday a while ago, probably went into 30 places and never went to one of them.
So we don't. Our job is to drive the interest, and then they go to our tourism operator sites and it's kind of left to them to decide. The only way I could track that is if every tourism business in Muskoka let me put a tracking pixel into their website, which I don't think people would necessarily be keen on sharing all of their details. But we do have plans this year to do some substantial market research, because that is something we're lacking, is to know, where are we losing people to? What's the brand perception of Muskoka? Everyone has these different ideas, but we do need more hard data.
Thank you. Any other questions, committee? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Hamilton, thank you very much for a very good presentation today.
Thank you very much. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is 4B, Mr. Coyne, Mr. Cross, and Ms. Keith. I'm not sure if they are in person or if they. My apologies. We are now moving on to the next delegation, which is item 4B, Mr. Coyne, Mr. Cross, and Ms. Keist. They are on screen, I'm understanding. Is that you, Mr. Coyne? Good morning.
Yeah, hello,
And
everyone.
welcome. As I've said at the beginning of each of our presentations, we will have 5 minutes for your delegation today, Mr. Coyne. And at the 4-minute and 30-second mark, what you might hear, are you there still?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what you might hear is the sound from a cell phone, just giving us a chime. It just is an indication that you have 30 seconds left to try to wind up your presentation. Okay.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you and welcome.
It looks like Susan Keist is not able to join us. She's having some internet trouble this morning, so it'll just be Dr. Cross and myself.
Thank you. I will turn the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Cross, did you want to start?
I don't see Dr. Cross. Maybe staff could confirm. Is he
There he
here?
is.
Oh, there you
I
are.
think-
Hi,
There you
Okay,
are.
well, welcome, Dr. Cross.
thank you. Thanks for
We will-
inviting us. I'm a family physician in Bracebridge and I am co-chair. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, I can.
Audio's working? Okay, thanks. I'm
Yes,
I'm co-chair of our governance committee at the Muskoka and Area Ontario Health Team. Ryan, who you've just spoken with, is the project manager at our Ontario Health Team. Susan couldn't make it this morning, as Ryan indicated, because of the internet issues. And we realized you just finished your budget cycle, but we thought we would take a few minutes just to orient you as to what an Ontario Health Team is and why we thought that in Muskoka it would be useful to have a recruiter. Ryan and I have 5 slides that we're going to go through with you. And I see you have the slides on the screen now. So as you may recall, the previous government was not keen on LHINs and has replaced them with Ontario Health Teams. Ontario Health Teams are local federations of healthcare and social service organizations whose role is really to promote better handoffs for patients between organizations. And we have a few slides, as I indicated, to tell you a little bit about the Ontario Health Teams and why we thought a recruiter was a good idea. We have a budget funded by the provincial government. At the moment, we have now 14 organizations. We've recently just added the Family Connections. We have the hospital locally. We have the 2 family health teams, Algonquin in Huntsville and Cottage Country in Bracebridge, nurse practitioner-led clinic, the hospices, and various home and community service providers. We've also secured some funding for some additional programming. In fact, we've been quite successful, and we probably have now almost a dozen programs that we've been funded to execute. As the Ontario Health Team matures, we hope to have better coordination so that patients will have a more seamless care journey. Hopefully that'll improve patient outcomes. I think it'll make it easier for providers, and hopefully there'll also be some cost diminution to the taxpayer. Next slide, please, Brian. We thought that a recruiter made sense for Muskoka. With COVID, we've seen a lot of folk realizing that they could work from home. We have more people moving, I think, into our areas. All of the municipalities have seen significant growth. We now estimate that our wait list is around 5,000 unattached patients, and we have projections that it could be as high as 15,000 to 18,000 within the next 3 years, based on some of our providers retiring and the growth in population. We calculate that we need at least 5 more primary providers at the present, and in that 3-year period window, we could have another requirement for another 15 to 17. Previously, recruitment was being done off the side of everybody's desk. And so if you were busy with something else, you wouldn't be able to apply your time to that thing. I think we're all in the recruitment business, a little bit in the healthcare world, but the issue was that nobody was dedicated to it. And the market is changing, and it seems that organizations are now moving to a full-time recruiter simply so that there is somebody dedicated to it. It seems to be best practices. And with various incentives, we can deliver better results. The recruiter will create networks, improve outcomes, and their role is to work on behalf of the entire region. And then within each sub-region, we hopefully can hand off to local providers to find people, to match people with what we have of resources. And we know that West Muskoka has resources available. You've been very kind in helping us with the building that you have there, and there is space in that building. We've actually applied to try and get more folk into that building on the behalf of West Muskoka. I'm going to hand over to Ryan.
Yeah, there's 30 seconds left. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Ryan, where you go?
Well, real quick, we had sent out our letter back in October, originally with this campaign looking to hire a recruiter. Happy to say that in January, we hired Susan, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. She's been hard at work developing these networks and trying to improve these outcomes. She's already been bringing in physicians to work on a locum basis. Those are temporary physicians that provide coverage for our local providers. We're also going to be hosting some U of T medical students in early June. So in a short time that she's been here, she's been pretty hard at work. So we're quite excited and quite encouraged by the community support. And we would love for this to be a very much a united effort across the entire community. And we would love to have Muskoka Lakes on board, if either in this current budget cycle or even in the next one, as I understand that you've already sort of finalized the current process. So we just wanted to be able to bring this to you and see what Susan's been doing, what we're hoping to do as a community, and sort of demonstrate that this is a valuable process and should help to provide or get the care that our residents need. So
Thank you very much, Mr. Coyne. At this point, committee, just a reminder of the process. This is appropriate time to ask questions of our delegate for clarification. We will be discussing this item as there is an ask under item 10A. So our open discussion will happen at that point. So at this point, I'm going to ask committee members if they have any questions for Dr. Cross, Mr. Coyne. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through to the delegation. Okay, can you explain to us what is the specific ask? Give me more information from the Township of Muskoka Lakes. What are other municipalities doing to contribute to this program and to support it?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Coyne.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so we had put out the ask to all of the local communities within the OHT geography. We had decided to base the ask proportionate to population size. Certainly appreciate that not each community is either able or going to be willing to contribute the same amount. So the ask, it was on the last slide that unfortunately we didn't get to. We had asked Muskoka Lakes for between $3,000 and $5,000, and we're looking for a commitment over 3 years from each of the partners. There is, I think we've had pretty broad support. There is, I think Muskoka Lakes and perhaps Township of Georgian Bay, if I recall, might be the communities who have not participated to this point.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, just a quick question to refresh my memory. When you came to district, there was a decision made, I believe, to contribute to this, but I can't recall how much the contribution was. Could you just remind me, please?
I believe the district donated $25,000, or pardon me, committed $25,000 over 3 years, in each of 3 years.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you very much. Excellent presentation. I see that Ravenhurst, Bracebridge and Huntsville and Lake of Bays have also donated to it. Do you know how much each of them have given? That's question number one. And number two, do you see anywhere where you can put some extra help in the health hub? Because I know they're strained. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coyne.
Yes, so I can, I think there was a few towns mentioned there. Gravenhurst has committed $10,000 annually. Bracebridge was 25. And I think the other one was, forgive me, was it Lake of Bays? I think they were $5,000 for each of the 3 years. If there was another one, I'm happy to give you that information as well. And as Dr. Cross mentioned, we have actually submitted a funding proposal to the ministry seeking funding for 8 additional primary care nurse practitioners, and those NPs would be spread out across the entire OHT geography, but 3 of them would be in this relevant area, 2 of them at the health hub in Port Carling, and 1 at the Wata clinic just down the road. So we have been trying, we understand, you know, all of these clinics, especially in the smaller communities, need additional support. It's crucial. It's crucial for the patients that need the care. It's also crucial for the providers who are feeling burned out. So we certainly hope to have extra bodies in those clinics. I think it would be a win for everybody. And I would just say that even if we get the funding for those NPs, we still have to go out and recruit them. So yeah, it is a bit of a process.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Coyne. I see a supplemental.
I know there's a nursing station in Rosso in Sigmund Township. They are open on weekends. Do you have any plans for that? Because we have such an influx of people, almost 35,000 people over holiday weekends. Would you be doing anything towards that to take some of the load off emergency rooms? Thank you.
I think, Councillor, I will allow you to respond, Mr. Coyne, but just a clarification that this is just a funding request for recruiting, not for the operations of the actual health hub. Yes.
The reason I ask that is they are asking for funding, but I'd like to know if we're getting any of it in here. It may sway the council to give to it. Thank you.
So just to quickly clarify, Mr. Coyne, please add if I'm incorrect. I think the response is that there are 2 for the health hub being considered, 2 NPs, nurse practitioners, as well as 1 in Wata, correct?
That's correct.
Proposal for this year. Okay, thank you. But if you would like to add further to my comment or to respond to Mr. Councillor Edwards, sorry, question.
Yeah, Councillor Edwards, I think you're exactly right. We certainly need, I think we would all appreciate the need for additional hours. You know, people need to be able to access care, you know, at different times of the day. Right now, at a lot of these smaller clinics, we have health hubs all over the Muskoka area. And one of the challenges is when you only have 1 provider in that clinic, they can only put in so many hours. And so getting some additional support into those clinics is the first step at being able to expand the hours and expand the access to care. It's critical. I think everyone would agree with you on that. In terms of implementing that, that's more of a clinical decision. As it was mentioned, it's more of an operational decision. It's not something that we would necessarily have direct control over, but I can guarantee that if we don't put extra providers into those clinics, we would not be able to, or they would not be able to expand their care.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa and Councillor Bosomworth, can you kindly turn off your, thank you.
Thank you. Through you to, I think Mr. Coyne, I'm not sure which one you I look at this as doctor recruitment. Is this not part of that package?
I can speak to that. It's actually recruitment in all spheres of healthcare. We're working principally on primary care providers, which would be physicians and a nurse practitioner's extended class.
So if I'm just going to speak specifically about Muskoka Lakes. We have been, or I have certainly been on council since the early 2000s, and we've been trying to recruit for doctors that long. Quite honestly, we never got any assistance from district or anybody else, and even the health teams way back then. interestingly enough, was brought forward was because of our geographics, that we're that far away from a hospital, that most physicians want to be closer to the hospital settings.
Mhm.
I personally have an issue of the things that I've learned over the years, that healthcare belongs at the provincial level. It is not a municipal tax discussion. And so that'll be discussed further. But what I'm concerned about, though, is that this is not going to be focused on Muskoka Lakes by any measure. And I'm not sure if you're aware that Muskoka Lakes pays the highest proportion of taxes. So we already put in our 10 grand.
So is there a question? just
So
want to be
I
clear.
did add a question in
Okay.
there. So mostly I'm asking about what services are they hoping to bring to Muskoka Lakes? We already have a practitioner station, but
So I just want to, and again, Mr. Coyne or Dr. Cross, feel free to add if I misspeak here, but I believe the further resources for this year are being 2 additional nurse practitioners at the Health Hub in Port Carling and 1 in Wata. So I just want to make sure that I have that clear. That's very clear. That's what this year's initiative is, correct?
That is correct. We have applied for additional services for West Muskoka. Yeah.
Thank you.
sorry,
Supplemental.
I'm sorry, because I'm also aware that the health teams, through that there's other applications going forward. So I'm a little bit confused about this particular application. I thought was for the recruitment person, but it almost sounded like that these funds were going to actually to apply for these positions, which it confuses me quite a bit, because of course at district we see the applications that come forward for our specific hospice locations.
Right.
That's what I get very confused about. So there's a little bit of money being asked for here, and here, but we're not bringing it together. We haven't seen that full picture. So that's why I was trying to ask the question, not specifically, okay, we're going to put whatever amount of money towards Muskoka Lakes. I don't know that that's necessarily what I thought this presentation was about today. I thought this was about doctor recruitment and that personnel.
Okay, so I think what we are going to do is, because this item is also going to be discussed under item 10A, and we will have an opportunity to speak to staff as well at that point, and that's an appropriate time for us to have our discussion. I think today's ask is specifically to have some funding and funding stability over the next 3 years to fund a recruiter that will support Muskoka, and just specific to this year, that would mean that the focus for recruiting would be for the 2 members at the Health Hub and 1 at Wata. So I think with that, I'm not seeing any other questions. Committee, just a reminder, we will have an opportunity to discuss this when we get to item 10A, which I recognize as a new process. So with that, I don't see any more questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Coyne and Dr. Cross, for coming today. We appreciate your time and all of your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Okay, so now, committee, we are going to be moving on to item 4C, Ms. Fountain, on the licensing of taxis, the business license. And welcome. Nice to see you in person. Just a reminder, Ms. Fountain, that the clerk is very much helping me manage today's meeting. So when you hear the at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, that's your cue for a quick wind up. Okay. Thank you.
We can't hear. There's no volume.
Thank you. We will actually start that over then. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry. And that's kind of my rodeo. So,
Can you
I'm
hear
surprised.
now, everyone? Councillors, okay.
okay. Are we starting it? Thank you, Chair and Councillors. Nora Fountain, representing the Muskoka Lakes business community. We have a problem in Muskoka Lakes, as we know, is that we suffer from a lack of transportation and long wait times if we can get services when they're provided. Taxis service all residents and visitors who either lack a means of personal transport. I think of employees trying to get to work or who occasionally rely on cabs to get around. Plus, the industry has gone through a lot of significant changes and challenges. Skyrocketing insurance, replacing vehicles is equally expensive and can take months to get the car you want. It's surprising we have any taxis at all, let alone any under 8 years of age. We're fortunate to have 2 such companies to do business with their addresses right here in Muskoka Lakes, and we commend Torrance Taxi for bringing bylaw 2017090 to our attention. We didn't know this bylaw even existed. I suspect some of you didn't know that either. Plus, we're thrilled Chris Brown decided to set up shop here in Muskoka Lakes, and we hope we don't lose more of his service to Gravenhurst as he's had to take space there. As such, we're here to recommend that the bylaw be repealed. 3 reasons. It provides an unfair competitive advantage to other transportation providers. No other township in Muskoka has such a bylaw. And when they did before, they didn't restrict vehicles by age. Plus, there's a loophole. Just call your transport company by another name. As long as you don't have taxi in your name, you don't even have to think about this bylaw. If your car is over 8 years old and your business address is outside the township, no problem. Just come on in, wait anywhere you want, and you can pick up people and take them out. Now, this is silly actually, but if I call Chris from his location in Gravenhurst to come get me in Bala, he can come get me. If I wave him down in Bala, he can't legally pick me up under this bylaw. Chris Brown plays by the rules. Others don't. He should be commended for that too. And his older cars and wheel-trans vehicles are not wrecks. You can see that from the pictures that he provided. Do any of you remember Muskoka Lakes Taxi before that gentleman passed away? For ages, we had no taxis here. I worry this bylaw could block potential new business from coming here. And maybe it has even in the past. There is a 3rd taxi company that operates out of Wata. They used to be out of Port Carling. I don't know why they've changed addresses. There's a new taxi in Gravenhurst that offers rides in an old funeral hearse. And the business is called Grave and Hearse. I don't know, but I assume it's mechanically sound. It looks a little dusty from the outside. But with our bylaw, our bylaw stops having fun and innovative solutions like this. Imagine going to your next gala in a vintage pink convertible. There is someone who does that here in Muskoka Lakes, but it's not called a taxi. Now, worst of all, I digress too. Worst of all, from our economic impact view, this bylaw as written forces people like Chris to lease space outside of Muskoka Lakes so he can run his entire fleet out of Gravenhurst instead. So Gravenhurst is likely getting more of his money than Muskoka Lakes is. Just last year, his Cadillac was allowed to operate in Muskoka Lakes. Despite being in mint condition and safety 2 weeks ago, he can't run his car here now because it's 1 year older. Council and the Chamber want to create conditions in the area for business to flourish. Here's one small thing you can do that will have a big impact for both Torrance Taxi and Bala Taxi and Tours, and maybe others. Please follow the lead of other townships and strike this bylaw down. Not only will it level the playing field for our local operators, it will provide more safe transportation options. Talk to the OPP. The stats are absolutely alarming. It demonstrates this need. It shouldn't take long for a staff report. We've given you the background from the other Muskoka townships. The Chamber respectfully asks that you come to a decision quickly as we're into high season already. Would it be possible to bring a report to GNF and then directly to council the next day? You could help get people moving, get rid of township of an outdated bylaw, get it off the books, and you don't have to waste time trying to enforce it. A speedy decision to repeal, perhaps as quickly as I'm speaking, please, is an easy win for the township and for the many people coming home for the summer. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Ms. Fountain. Fantastic presentation on from a time perspective. So thank you very much.
I hope there was good content in there too, Chair.
There was. We are all getting better. Continuous improvement here. Thank you. I think it might be appropriate, committee, if we allow Mr. Brown to speak as well. And then because these are the same topic, and then we could open up the floor if that would be okay with you, Ms. Fountain, as well.
That sounds perfect. Thank you. I just ask that in the minutes that that I am captured as Nora Fountain from the Muskoka Lakes Chamber, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, welcome.
I'm Chris, the owner of Torrance Taxi. My wife and I opened up Torrance Taxi last year because we knew there was a need for transportation. So I went to go call for a taxi myself. I couldn't get one in this area last year at all. So we reborned Torrance Taxi. Clear Lake Breweries accepted us quite well. We do lots of stuff for them also. It's the year limit of the vehicles. The cost of cars now have gone triple to what they were 3 years ago. For me to keep to the 8-year rule, I couldn't keep Torrance Taxi open. It's $30,000 to replace a car to make it to about 8 years old. All my cars, I get them inspected once a month. They're in for service. They're checked. They're professionally cleaned every 2 weeks by a detailer. They're not rusted out pieces of like old cars. I take pride in my rides, and to keep it affordable also, I can't, like it wasn't a Cadillac, it was the van last year was licensed here. This year I went to go relicense the van, and the one car that I do have that follows the 8-year rule, the van was declined because it's now 9 years old. It's passed the mechanical fitness. It went through safety. It's not a rusted vehicle. It's clean, and it got declined. Now, saying that, there was a loophole that if I rented this office in Gravenhurst, I could keep my older fleet running, and I can come into here and pick up a trip if they call me from here, which makes no sense. I would like to be in Muskoka Lakes, not Gravenhurst. Also, people from Simcoe County or from Midland are coming in here, and I knew the 8-year rule was made so that piece of junk cars aren't on these taxi fleets. But this company comes in here, sits in front of the quay from Midland, and is allowed to, and they have bumpers missing off these cars, headlights not working, they're all rusted out, and they're allowed to operate like that, and without a licensing either. So it's not a very equal playing field of this licensing. I was in the taxi industry in North Bay for 22 years. And when I read the bylaw, it contradicts itself a few times of what you're allowed to do and what you can't do. I want to keep providing safe transportation, keep the drinking and driving down, because it's pretty substantial in this area. But I can't keep affording to keep it going if I have to follow this 8-year rule. It's just not affordable, because you're busy for 6 months out of the year, and then another 6 months there's really nothing. So you have to try to keep going during those months to make sure you're back for next year.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I think in the report, we also saw some pictures of your vehicles as well. So thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, committee, this item will be discussed as noted on our agenda as item number 10B. So just following the same process, if there are any questions for either Ms. Fountain or Mr. Brown. Mr. Bosomworth, or Councillor Bosomworth, sorry.
A question for Mr. Brown. Is the issue the 8-year restriction, or is the issue the licensing? Would you be happy if you were still required to license but not have no age restriction on the vehicle, perhaps just condition restriction?
You know, the licensing is not a big deal. We should be licensed. That makes everybody on a level, because you have to bring in safety in the vehicles and stuff every year, which keeps you guys like on a playing field. You know that these vehicles are safe. It's the age of the vehicles.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa?
Thank you. Just through to you. Sorry, I was just curious. Was the van the handicap vehicle?
No, that's not actually not a taxi, it's transportation. So that's insured as transportation, it's not a taxi. So I can operate that vehicle anywhere because it's not a taxi. It's not even, it's insured as a transportation.
Okay, mostly I just wanted to know because that's an important part of.
Yeah, that vehicle, I still, it's not under the taxi bylaw. It's transportation. It's just the taxis. We have 6 cars, but I can only operate 1 here.
Yeah, no, I understand that part of it,
Yeah.
but I also wanted to understand, you know, again, that we were possibly, if that handicap taxi transportation thing was part of that group, I'd be concerned because we need that in our communities.
Yeah, so there's only 2 taxi companies that actually have one of a wheelchair accessible vehicle. So yeah, no, it's under the transportation, it's not under the taxi.
Thank you very much. Committee, are there any other questions? I'm not seeing any. And just as a reminder to Councillor Edwards, sorry.
Mr. Brown, so you say the licensing isn't the problem, it's just the age. And I've always thought, because I was licensed in a business, it levels the playing field. In other words, somebody coming into the township with a wreck could be stopped.
Yeah,
So it would give you an advantage that everybody would have to play with the same rules.
play by the same rules.
So if we took the 8 years off of that, you would be satisfied.
Completely satisfied.
In other words, anybody coming in would have to have a license.
It should have a license to operate in Muskoka Lakes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, we will be discussing this further later in today's agenda. I would like to thank Ms. Fountain, Mr. Brown for your presentations today and bringing forward this topic. Okay, committee, I am now going to move us to the next application, which I'm just going to do a quick, would you like to have a comfort break now, or would we like to continue on? Okay, we're going to continue on. Item 5A. At this point, I'd like to turn the floor over to, is it Kushal, right? Yes. Kushal?
Thank you, Chair Mazan, and good morning, committee. At the request of committee, staff have prepared an updated report regarding the encroachment of a dock located on township-owned lands on Sandra Drive and which front onto Moon River. During the August 2022 General Finance Committee meeting, staff brought forward a report for committee's consideration regarding a license agreement application that was received from a non-waterfront property owner on Sandra Drive to enable an existing dock to remain on township lands. Photos of the township's lot and associated dock are included in the staff report. The applicant, as well as other neighboring property owners who committee had heard from, utilized this dock for water access and recreational use on Moon River. Upon preparation of staff's original report, a title search and review of township records was completed and found no evidence of any permissions being granted for the associated dock. Staff noted that approval of an unauthorized and privately used dock on township property poses a liability risk to the township and further would permit and endorse exclusive use of public land intended for broad public access to Moon River. As such, staff's recommendation to committee was that the application be denied and that the dock be removed from township lands. After considering the report and hearing comments made, committee decided to defer making a decision on the application and allow the dock to remain on township lands until such time that the transportation master plan be completed in order to contemplate locations for public docks on Moon River. Last month at the township's General Finance Committee meeting, committee received a presentation from the township's insurance provider who provided a general overview of the township's insurance coverage. During the question period, the township's insurer confirmed to committee that in a situation where the township is aware of a private dock
being attached to township property and utilized for recreational use, the liability and risk would fall onto the township, and removal of the dock would help limit such risk. Following receipt of this information and upon further review of the application, staff's recommendation to committee today remains the same, that the application be denied and the dock be removed from township lands. The applicant was notified that the matter was being brought back to committee and is here today along with other property owners on Sander Drive to address committee on this matter. And with that said, I will turn it back to the chair.
Thank you. So we do have a number of delegates today who are on the agenda. As we have discussed, for those who are wanting to speak today, if we could just be careful that we're not repeating. If somebody has already made a point, you can support that point and then move on to a new point, just in the interest of trying to manage everybody's time effectively. At this point, the first presenter is Susan Waterhouse. And for those who are watching from the public, just to confirm that Ms. Waterhouse does have 5 minutes, as do the other items on the agenda, other delegates on the agenda. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Susan Waterhouse, and my property is directly opposite the roadway leading down to the dock in question on Sandor Drive. And according to my purchase and sale, I'm just going to reiterate what I said last time because it's a different council now, so I'm different viewers. According to my agreement to purchase and sale, I purchased the property, and in the summer of 2015, I purchased my house and dock, as did many of my neighbours, with the understanding that we had full access to the laneway and the dock. Myself and many neighbours have enjoyed the access to the water and the dock for the past 45 years now, without complaint or without incident. And then on Friday of May 20th of last year, I received a notice stapled, one to my dock and one to the tree that was close by. Stating that the dock had been installed on township property without permission. Now, this is 45 years ago. And they give me 7 days to remove the dock, or it was going to be disposed of. My understanding from many of the neighbours and Mr. Healy, I believe, who's speaking this morning as well, is that the roadway and the dock were built by him with township permission 44 years ago, with the understanding that all can use and enjoy. So I did apply for the license agreement, and I feel like it was under duress because I only had 3 days to do so, because it was the Friday of a long weekend I received the notice. I have also applied for freedom of information, which was granted. I did not pick it up yet because my community is very divided right now with this dock issue. And, you know, friends and neighbours are kind of getting angry with each other. Everything was peaceful before this happened, and we were all friends and good neighbours, and it was a beautiful little community to live in. I had informed the township that I wished to make a representation to this committee. I'm also consulting with a lawyer, and I didn't feel at the time that it was urgent or time sensitive, given the fact that the dock had been in for 44 years. I also stressed at the time I wasn't clear if the dock was at all on township lands, as it is located within the high water mark. And in fact, the high water this year was 185 feet past the dock. So the dock is still underwater. So I'm in the process of exploring those options too. I also questioned regarding ownership by adverse possession, easement granted in 1979 by express intention, although not registered. And there's no record of the township or any documents, it was stated, referring to Mr. Healy at that time of the last meeting. The dock has been in continuous use without incident for 44 years and maintained by myself and many of my neighbours and my partner. And we've spent thousands of dollars maintaining the roadway, the floods, the damage, the dock. We plant grass, we make it look beautiful. I'll have to skip that. So the update, I have initiated a steward title claim, which was denied. I have appealed this decision and I'm awaiting a reply from them. Contacted FOCA requesting an information regarding liability insurance. We'll speak more about that after this meeting. I sent a letter to my real estate lawyer requesting to put Law Pro on notice of a claim. That's in progress. I just wanted to mention the high water mark again. I noticed 2 bylaw officers there a couple of weeks ago, and would like some information regarding that from council as well, if it's available.
So that is the 5 minutes.
Is that my 5 minutes?
That was your 5 minutes.
Quick.
Now
I have so much more to say, but you get the gist of it with that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Waterhouse. Mr. Bosco.
Good morning, Council. My name is Tony Bosco. I live at 1017 Sandor Drive. I've lived there for the last 5 years. I've been coming to Muskoka for the last, I'd say, 50 years. I met my wife here. I told her we were going to live here one day. I'm still with the same woman. We've been married 45 years. I've spent every dollar of all my working career spending vacation here. I decided to retire and I moved to Muskoka. Me and my wife's dream came true. This dock, I agree first of all with everything Sue said, but this dock has been here for 45 years. I don't think we should fluff that off, right? This is not some guy who took something for granted. It's been there 45 years. I've put my whole life in what I've done here. Last time we were told by council to make that application. We made the application for the lease. A week later, the councillor came and he told me, we're never going to do that. You've got no chance of winning. I said, but you told me to do that. You told me to put my money up for what I believe in, and maybe we could get something done. But he knew all along he was going to deny us. I don't understand. I asked for transparency last time. We have to do surveys. Apparently, how many of these laneways are there? Nobody knew. And there was going to be studies and hundreds of thousands of dollars spent to go survey all these properties. I don't know, none of that's happened, right? This is just not fair. It's not right. It's not right to my grandkids. It's not right to me. It's not right to my favors. Get along with everybody on the lake. I go out, I wave to them. If their boat breaks down, I break them away. We're good people. I don't know why we got to be victimized like this. So I really hope you look at it hard, because it's really not fair. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Bosco. Next, we have Mr. Taylor, Jay Taylor. He is on Zoom. Okay. Mr. Taylor? Okay, Mr. Taylor, I see you now. I think you just have to take your mute button off. It would appear that Mr. Taylor is getting some support, IT support.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Mr. Taylor, you have 5 minutes.
All right, I've prepared a statement here in order to save time. I will just read it, and if you have any questions, you can ask me afterwards. My wife and I have owned the property on the west side of the public access on Sandor Drive for the past 3 years. Before that, I had a share in a family cottage also on Sandor Drive. I've been coming to this area regularly since approximately 1970. I can attest to the fact that there has been a dock on the public access since the mid-1970s. I believe it was built by Mr. Bob Healy, the previous owner of Tony Bosco's property. Mr. Healy went to council at the time and was given permission to build the dock. And since then, it has had approximately 45 years of continuous use by the people in the community. Ironically, this is probably one of the few municipal accesses which is actually being used and enjoyed by citizens. As an adjacent property owner, I can bear witness to the fact that the people who use this dock have been neat, courteous, and have taken excellent care of the property. It is also important to point out that this situation is different from other similar situations which have arisen because this dock was built with permission and has already existed for 45 years of continuous usage. Recalling the last meeting about this issue, the previous mayor confirmed that this issue had arisen as a result of an anonymous complaint. As a local resident, I can assure you that whoever made this complaint is in the minority. Most of the people in the area would like to see the dock left where it is. If council does vote to remove it, they will be upsetting the lives of many constituents in order to please a few who only have their own interests in mind. I believe that it would be unfortunate to see people in our community lose a privilege which has already existed for nearly half a century just to cater to one complainant. And I hope that council will consider this in their decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. I see also Tammy Landry Taylor. Is she in the waiting room? Chriselle? She's in the meeting now. Thank you. I think, Ms. Taylor, we just need you to turn on your camera and your mic. So, oh, there she is. Okay. We can't hear you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry about that. I was clicking on the unmute and it wasn't working.
Okay, so we can hear you now. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to say that as the adjacent property owner, we don't have any issue at all with the dock being there. In fact, we've been going to the property that we've owned since 2020 for a number of years prior, and have enjoyed seeing the community enjoy that area and the dock itself. I have actually seen a memorial service take place there. I see there's somebody that rides their bike with their child down, and they just go out on the dock and stare at the water. I see a lot of locals from the community using that space, and I enjoy seeing that. The other thing that I wanted to note is that in talking to other neighbors, and one in particular who knows the history of Sandor Drive, that section of land, that section of property was originally intended for use by the properties that were behind, that didn't have water access, so that they could have water access. And I think that maybe that's what makes this patch of land a little bit different, is that that was its original intended use. And I think it would be a good thing to continue to use it as originally intended. And that's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Jasmine Worth. Oh, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I just, if you can be sure the mic is on. Is that on? It sounds like.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. So my name is Jasmine Worth. I live at 1023 Sandor Drive. And as mentioned, I'm on the side that does not have the access to the waterfront property. Well, that is our access, the public dock portion. And in our disclosure of purchase, along with all the neighbors on my side of the street, you can even Google my address. For some reason, this listing is still there in big bold letters. It states that it comes with access to the public dock, boat launch, as well as the beachfront, just that entire area. This is the second time it's been brought before the council. And I do want to acknowledge that the only reason that it is receiving the attention that it is receiving now is due to one complaint. The previous mayor did acknowledge that it was a complaint that brought this to the attention, because when it was originally done 50 years ago, there was a permit for the road access. There was a permit for the dock. Apparently you can find the permit for the road access, but the permit for the dock is somewhere lost, I guess. And again, that shouldn't be our problem. Let me see here, I apologize. Just one squeaky wheel shouldn't get that much grease. It really shouldn't. And if they do win, it's one vote against 20, almost 30 people. And I don't know in what world of politics that makes sense. 1 versus 20, one say no. The rest of us all say leave it the way it is. It's been there for as long as it has. And like some of the people have previously mentioned, all the maintenance and work is done by all the residents of the street. And it's a gravel road, so for a heavy, heavy rain, the rain is powerful. It will wash out a lot of the road. Some of the residents have paid thousands of dollars to haul crushed granite to replace and keep that emergency response access road available. That's originally was, I guess, its use for if emergency response vehicles need to get in and have the access, that there is emergency needed on the lake, then police, fire, just anybody can have access to it. It is public after all. The grass is mowed, the road is graded, it's always repaired, it's always done. It's not an eyesore, it's actually beautiful. Trees fall across the road, they pick them up. It's always done. It's never an issue. And again, it's only an issue now because one person complained. And one person should not be able to control, ruin the happiness and the lifestyle of so many others. And I do have a couple of questions. I'm not sure if there is a transportation master plan for this public access. And I'm wondering if council can assure me, like an actual guarantee, that we will, no matter what the outcome result becomes, I'm wondering, can you guarantee that we will continue to have public access with or without a dock? Will our access remain unimpeded? Any of you guarantee?
Thank you. Sorry, I thought you were continuing with your presentation. You have just a couple more minutes. We will be getting to questions and committee will have an opportunity to follow up.
Well, I do have a belief that maybe there is some type of plan to return to its natural state. I don't know. Again, that's what you guys would know more information, and that's kind of my questions. Is it all or nothing for us? Do we get to continue to use what we have? Is it all or nothing? And yeah, those are my questions.
Okay, so let me continue to have the presentations. We've noted the questions. I can see staff is writing these, and
okay,
we will have an opportunity to discuss this after as a committee.
Okay,
so thank you very much.
Because I would like a guarantee that we will continue to have public access.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, Mr. Healy. Is there a Mr. Healy in the waiting room? There's not a Mr. Healy here. Okay, thank you. And at this point, we don't have any formal delegations. We don't have anybody who has submitted for 2 minutes, but I know that there's 1 or 2 people in the audience that might just want to compliment. So I am going to permit that for this if you would like. But just for future, it's important to let the clerk know if even if it's a 2-minute delegation. So at this point, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for taking the time to hear out myself and my neighbors today. My name is Emily Ludwig. I live at 1021 Sandor Drive, along with my husband and my daughter that's here with us today as well. I just want to say that I am in full support and stand by my mother and my stepdad, as well as all my neighbors and everything they've brought forth to the table at the previous meeting, as well as today's. And then additionally, I just want to add that we chose to raise our family and our daughter here for a reason. We love Muskoka. My husband's lived here for 13 years and I've lived here for 4 myself. And having that laneway and having that access and safe space for our daughter to grow up and learn to swim and use the dock in a safe manner is very, very important to us. It's a well-maintained, really safe location that every single person in this neighborhood contributes to. And I just would really, really appreciate the opportunity to continue providing that environment for our families, not just mine and my husband's, but everyone in the neighborhood and the street as well. That's all for today, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Louis Gazzola with the rest of the delegates here. Anyways, question here, the transportation master plan. I keep hearing about it, but is there any updates on it? That's last year you were looking into it. Now we're 8 months, 9 months later. Has there been any discussion on it, the way this is going, on concerns about public lands and uses of it? That's a question of mine. Again, it's been around for 44 years. Bob Healy, when I first moved there, he gave me the gist of the history of it. Was a fire lane that was unkept. He was granted permission to clear it up so fire trucks and other maintenance vehicles could service the properties across it, the laneway. As for, you know, I look after it along with some of the neighbors there, and we all enjoy it. As you all heard from all the other counselors and from Jay Taylor, the history of it, he would know a lot of it, of who uses it and who hasn't. And like I say, I have a 95-year-old mother that comes up here, enjoys Muskoka once a year, and for the dock itself. It's a good way I can get her on a boat. We have a pontoon boat and she enjoys Muskoka just as much as everybody else does. And little one here on the way likes to dangle her feet off the dock. And as before, anybody can use the dock. We've seen people down there enjoying it from, you know, different parts of the Muskoka, maybe in the area and stuff like that, launching their boats for fishing and stuff. And like I say, it'd be a shame for the dock to be taken away or dismantled. And even for our access to the public waterway, it'd be a shame to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a bit jarring. Thank you. We might want to pick a new sound. You can give you some new sounds. Continuous improvement. I don't see any other delegates at this point. And I do want to ask committee if there's a need for a comfort break or. Okay, so we are going to ask questions at this point. I'm just trying to make sure that I look to everybody in the audience to see how they're feeling. At this point, we will be asking questions of staff and or the delegates. After that, I will read the resolution and that's when we will have the discussion. Okay, so if there's specific questions for staff at this point, this is a good time for that. I see Councillor Nishikawa and then Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. I'll be asking two questions. One to staff, but one to the applicant. I'll say that. Or so there was mention, excuse me, of a pontoon boat, for example. Or my question would have been: are boats being left at this dock? And like I've seen some pictures, but I don't have pictures in front of me today. But mostly are boats being left at this dock, as well as canoes and kayaks and things on the shore road allowance?
Okay, thank you. To the applicants.
Their boats are left there at times. I usually get up in the morning, go fish, because all the sea doers and everybody are out. I go out on my own. I come back, I do some work, or sometimes you go out and nature calls. So you get back to the dock, you go up to the house, you take care of business, and then you go back down. It gets moved a lot. Sometimes I leave it at another person's cottage in the bay. He's been coming up here 50 years, 55 years. So I use his dock a lot. Kayaks, everything else, there's always access to the ramp. The dock has no bearing on access to the lake with the ramp. It is away from that. It's to the side, and vehicles could come in with their trailers and back up, regardless if there's a boat there or not, as well as kayakers or anything else. There is no obstruction for getting anything on the water, if that's the question you were asking.
Okay, thank you. A supplemental?
Sorry, no, I was being quite specific about, are there even on the any part of the shore road allowance, are there docks, or excuse me, any marine product being left in the area overnight for a few hours, whatever that timeline? So specifically to our road
like my boat, for instance, like I could speak to my boat if you'd like. I don't know. I'm not understanding your question.
I'm trying to
dumb it down for me.
Okay, no, I think what, if I can just, I'm going to help here for a moment. I think what the question may be is there a boat or kayak canoe being left on the property?
No, I'd say no. There's no boats left on that property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is that satisfied with the answer?
Yes, yeah. Supplemental?
Thank you. Yes, and no, I'm sorry. I'm thank you. My question or my ask of the Director of Public Works is to his understanding of the public access of our road allowances.
Okay. Director Becking?
My understanding of the property is that it is lands that were provided for access to the water. It is not an unopened, or it is not an opened road allowance. In other words, it is not subject to maintenance by the township, and where there's a maintenance obligation. Common law states that allowances for roads are public lands owned by the municipality in which they exist. And the public has a right to traverse those lands, but they do not have the right to alter the lands in order to make them suitable for any given use or purpose. I think that answers your question.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, I guess I would ask the director the same, further to the question. To answer these fine folks who have come forward, like I know, but I'm as a councillor, I don't think I should be the one to answer it. I wonder if you could, sir, Ken Becking, what is the intended purpose of this property? For the dock to be removed and the property brought back to, as I've read the motion, I wonder if you could tell the people. I have a supplementary, but I wonder if you could tell the folks what the intent is, because there's inference that there is intent.
Okay, thank you. Director Becking.
I'm not sure that I completely understand the question, Madam Chair. As I understand the situation, the dock currently exists without the permission of the township. So it's an illegal structure on township lands. It is up to council to decide whether they choose to allow that to exist or not, and to then undertake the appropriate administrative processes to carry out that direction. It has been brought to your attention, and it's for you as a body to decide what is the appropriate disposition of the matter.
Good, thank you. If I might supplemental, then did we or have we discussed with the insurance company as it relates to the license agreement that's been discussed to increase the insurance from its standard, if you will, $2 million liability insurance to a different number, like 5 or whatever? I mean, I guess in terms of where I'm going with this, have we had any discussion sidebar with the insurance company that would see them carrying the liability coverage were we to keep the dock, keep this place as it is? If in fact there was a $5 million insurance policy, $8 million. I mean, it's going to cost money, clearly, but so I guess that would be a question of staff.
Director Becking.
Madam Chair, I think that's question better answered by the Treasurer, Director of Finance.
Director Donaldson, I don't know if you're on this call. Thank you. Director Donaldson, did you hear the question?
No, my apologies. If you could repeat that.
Thank
Sure,
you.
Mark. Well, I can certainly. I'm wondering, as we discuss, we're discussing this, where they've come forward with our standard lease agreement for the property, which includes a $2 million liability aspect. Did we or have we discussed when the insurance company made their posit, if you will, that they suggested we not allow this, they wouldn't cover it at $2 million? Would they cover it at 5? I'm picking a number out of my hat here, but is that something we could discuss with the insurance company to a point where they might cover this particular liability with a higher insurance amount?
Director Donaldson.
Thank you, Chair. I think I would have to confer with our insurance agent just to confirm what the arrangement would be, but certainly when there is a license agreement approved, the request for the 5 million or the 2 million, as the case may be, is a request that the licensee, if I've got that right, would have the insurance coverage for that amount, and that would kind of act as first case for liability in the situation we're in right now, where there has not been a license issued. But my understanding from the discussion last month, our policy would kick in where the municipality has accepted the risk if there were to be an occurrence where a liability claim were to be made. But to answer the specific question, I'd have to go back to the insurance agent just to confirm our understanding.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the land coordinator agreement person. Is it Kershell?
Kershell, yes.
Yeah, please. Sorry, took me a second. And I apologize if it's in the report. I just had a thought. Could you give me the dimensions, the waterfront dimensions of this property and the specific size of the property, please?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Roberts. The property is about 0.5 acres in size and has 68 feet of waterfront frontage.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. I do have a follow-up then. Not
Okay.
to really to Director Becking. We and I'll give an example. Have to first of all stage this with an example. Leonard Lake, Road 1, is a township not maintained property that has a road on it maintained by the cottagers with the understanding of the township that it's for maintenance.
So,
And-
Director, sorry, Councillor Roberts, is there
Yeah.
a specific question?
Sure is.
So this is not part of the discussion, correct?
There's a specific, okay, could it be part of the discussion? Just give me a second just to check my thoughts on here. Yes, it's part of the discussion, so I will save this for the discussion. Thank you for that clarity.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards?
Yes, just for that clarification, when we do agreements like this, Mr. Vetting, if there's a septic bed on our road allowances or a house or something, they have to carry at least $2 million insurance. Is that not right?
Through you, Chair. Yes, that's correct. The licensee has to provide the township with a $2 million liability insurance policy, naming the township as additional insured. So in this particular case, if committee does decide to approve the application today, one of the requirements is that the application provide the $2 million liability coverage. However, if it is the appetite of committee, they could certainly make a condition that the $2 million be up to $5 million or whatever they would choose.
Supplemental thing.
Yes. If there is a license agreement, then does it become private so that the public cannot use it, and the person who owns the dock and that stop people from using it? This is what I'm concerned about. And second part, is it just the dock that they would be leasing or the whole 68 feet? Thank you.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Edwards. So the license agreement would be for the dock, which includes a 6-foot buffer around it in order to for the applicant to keep maintenance to it. One thing that you will need to consider and what you brought up is the license agreement would be with Miss Waterhouse only. So there would be nothing that could stop her from essentially putting a lock and key around the dock and blocking access to other property owners, because the agreement would only be with her in the township and not every single property owner or family member, et cetera, that may use it. Thank you.
Councillor Bosomworth.
Thank you. And I'm not sure who's best to answer this question, but I need a more full understanding of the users of this dock. Is it because they have property that doesn't have water access? And a subsequent to that is how many of these landowners do not have water access? So Director Becking, if you know the answer, and if not, maybe to Ms. Waterhouse.
I think it's probably better if the deputy responds to the question.
So the people who have access to the dock is at the moment is anyone in, it's a very tiny community. On our side of the road, there's 6 houses who use the dock. There's a couple of people on the main highway that come in with the children, and you get the odd person coming down from, as Tammy was saying, from outside of the community. And that's basically it. But it was given to, according to Mr. Healy, he was given permission by council to build a dock with the understanding that it was access to all. And I believe it's stood that way for almost 50 years.
Thank you. Okay, a supplemental.
How many people approximately use this dock?
20 to 30.
Okay,
maybe less.
Thank you. I think Mayor Kelly had a question. Oh, sorry.
So also it's people from waterfront property as well that thought to put their boats in and out of the water from there. They'll come up from Go Home Lake to do a day's fishing or something, and they go in. I sit outside on my deck a lot, and I see lots of people putting their boats in and out of the water. But to give you a specific number would be very hard, because it's not just the people on the street who use it, it's the whole community. They could come from Bracebridge, go on the moon for the day, and stop at Val or whatever. So it's hard to quantify. Right? Yep. It's only a handful of residents on the street that use it weekly, we'll say. And when the grandkids come up, stuff like that, just so you get a good picture of it.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I'm trying to fill in one gap that I'm not succeeding at. I was keeping track of all delegates. I heard several addresses. So I assume that here in the room, there are 4 or 5 property owners on Sandor, 4 or 5 people who bought in the 45 years, 4 or 5 houses, I'm going to guess, that were in part at least motivated to buy because of the existence of the dock and the permission to use the dock.
Correct.
4 or 5 people who, I'm going to guess again, saw a real estate listing, saw something that enticed them and presumably included reference to the access and the use of the dock. 4 or 5 people who closed a real estate deal with a legal opinion that presumably would have certified that that right existed. And what I'm trying to figure out is, where does that come from? I understand, and this is not a question, this is a comment. I understand we've been exhaustive and we can't find anywhere where that right is documented, written down, and thrown in a file. Now, I guess we occasionally lose things. I don't think we do, but I guarantee you somebody who made a purchase decision based on that would still have that in their file. So
I have an
Sorry.
advertisement.
Yep, just for 1 minute. No, hold on for 1 second, please, because I just want to be clear on the question. So that
so the question is, have you gone back to whoever the lawyer was that each of you would have presumably had different lawyers? Each lawyer, you go, hey, you gave us the opinion that we have access to the dock. What was that based on?
I have a claim in progress right now regarding that.
Okay.
So, yes.
Okay, thank you. So
45-year history of the dock being there with no complaint speaks for itself. Whether a document you find or not, back then, handshake was good enough. Unfortunately, it isn't today. Because people, they don't keep their word. I think it's different back in the day, but there was many deals done, and it was done on good faith. It wasn't written. But when it was written, it's not stored on a disk and it gets misplaced. But it took them, they dug up the road to bring water up. Some people did at one time with a nod to wink. So it did happen back in the day. And for it to be there for that long and not be aware of it. You know, and did you ever get studied? Question for me, didn't get answered. How many of these access points are there? Apparently, we're gonna have them all surveyed. Make sure everything knew what was going on before we made a decision on this. And I believe that this one was gonna stand on its own because it's different. It's been there forever and a day. So that's what made me believe.
Okay.
Right, 45 years, something's there. Maybe it's my fault, try and find fault that I didn't get 45 years of existence and now we're gonna stop it? Common sense.
Okay.
Just allow me to respond to that. I'm not trying to find fault. I'm trying to find proof. And I would have thought that between 4 or 5 sets of lawyers, somebody has a record to know what they relied upon, giving you the advice that this existed, that you're looking for.
Okay, so Mr. Bosco, I do believe Ms. Waterhouse, you said you would like to respond to that specific question from the mayor? Okay, okay,
Yes, I do. I'm in contact with my lawyer and there's a claim in progress and I do have the information if you require it.
okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? I think Councillor Kent and you need to need to put your mic on and then through me.
Through me,
Right,
thank you.
Through me, the chair. Thank you. So you have a question?
I think I'll skip it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, you say there's so many cottagers using it. What I would like to know is there any type of cottagers association there that as a group, you could maybe lease it rather than putting it on one owner? Because that is, I would not take that myself.
Thank
to
you.
have other people use it.
Question, and yes, we have been discussing that and that is in progress.
So, okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions, committee?
And again, just so you understand how this all started again, when we made this application, we all came in together and it was said only one person's name had to be on it. And Sue put her name in.
Okay.
But we're all in this together and then we all want to get together in whatever way that we can keep it happening. We'll do what we have to do.
Okay, thank you. And just a reminder, and from a process, we're still in the information gathering stage. I haven't even read the resolution as of yet. I will read that resolution and then that opens up the floor for a discussion and debate within our committee. So I just want to make sure. Yeah. So are there any other questions from committee at this point? No, there's no more comments. Thank you. I think at this point we should take a nature break. It's been a while. I'm going to suggest that we come back at 11 and then we will continue our conversation. That gives everybody enough time. Thank you very much. Okay, committee. Committee and members of public. I see Councillor Roberts, Councillor Zavitz, if you can hear me. Thank you. Welcome back. Okay, Councillor Roberts, I do see your hand is up, but before we get into asking committee for their discussion, this is the discussion period now. I will be reading a resolution. And that right after I've read the resolution, I would like to ask Director Becking to make a few comments because there were some specific questions asked about the status of the transportation master plan and a few other things that I just would like his opportunities to speak to up front and then allow for our discussion. So moved by Councillor Bosomworth, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Whereas license agreement number LA-07-22 Waterhouse was presented to General Finance Committee for consideration on August 10th, 2022. And whereas General Finance Committee deferred the recommendation on the matter until such time as the Transportation Master Plan was completed. And whereas during their April 12th, 2023 meeting, the General Finance Committee passed resolution number GFC-7-120423 requesting that staff provide an updated report on the matter. And whereas after undertaking further review of the matter, staff's recommendation remains unchanged. Now therefore be it resolved that license agreement application number LA-07-22 Waterhouse be denied. And that the dock situated on a township road allowance lying on concession 7, part lot 41 wood, leading to the Moon River be removed and the township road allowance be restored to its natural state at no cost to the township, no later than 21 days after council ratification of General Finance Committee's recommendation. So that is the resolution that we will now be discussing. And before we get into committee discussion, I would ask Director Becking, there were some specific questions regarding the status of the transportation plan. And I think there was also a question with what does access look like if in fact this was denied? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the TMP, committee did receive a presentation from our consultant last month, which brought forward their findings with respect to the first phase of that study. The access at Sandor Drive was identified as a potential future public access to the Moon River. But it was felt at that time that its priority relative to the need for other accesses elsewhere in the township was quite low. And the consultant was suggesting that something beyond 10 years was the appropriate time horizon for that to be brought forward. I believe when you dealt with this issue last month, I committed to have the consultant review their findings in light of the discussion that was obviously going to ensue, and to evaluate and confirm their findings. They did do as I requested and have reconsidered their findings in light of trying to bring some sensitivity to the criteria that was used to select it in the first instance. They've tweaked their model a little bit, and what the effect of that has been to potentially move forward the timing by within 6 to 10 years, as given the relative priorities of all of the other needs within the township. So, you know, one of the deputants said that we were going to review every access. That wasn't the intent. The intent was, and what has been followed is to review the numbers of access relative to the size of the water body and to come up with a formula to provide appropriate number of accesses relative to the size of that water body. And that's the objective, and that's the direction that the consultant has taken. We have not reviewed every public road allowance that has led to water. The transportation master plan is scheduled to come forward to you in final form in July with the complete recommendations. And as far as late as about 2 weeks ago, I understand that we are still on track to achieving that direction. With respect to the access that presently exists, when the lots were created, that land was provided for road access purposes to the water. And that was confirmed by our solicitor when he reviewed the file last year. As I indicated to you earlier, what is at issue here is the presence of a structure on the land which was not, for which there is no documentation suggesting that it was authorized. If that dock, that structure was removed, that doesn't change, in my opinion at least, the status of the road allowance. It is still a road allowance leading to water. It is still in the public domain. The public has the right to traverse it and to utilize it. But as I indicated earlier to you, the public does not have a right to alter, maintain, put gravel down, read any other kind of maintenance activity in order to make it suitable for any intended use. If that is allowed to occur without formal blessing and acknowledgement of the township, then it incurs liability upon the township, in my view. In the absence of anything, any formal agreement or whatever, I would argue that the township is liable. I would caution committee, however, that even if you were to enter into an agreement, and even if you were to require individual or individuals as an entity to provide insurance, that coverage is only going to protect them and the township to the extent to which it exists. So by way of example, if there was a $10 million claim and the group's collective insurance was for $2 million, in my experience, in the event of a settlement, their liability or their insurer's liability is restricted to their financial limit. Anything more than their financial limit is then the responsibility of the township. And given the state of litigation in this province, and the fact that the township is perceived by the courts to have an unlimited source of revenue, we would then pick up the lion's share of whatever's left over, notwithstanding the fact that we may have had no responsibility in whatever the event is. So I would submit to you that while we can try to limit our exposure, you cannot eliminate your exposure. That being the case, you have, in any risk situation, you have one of two approaches. You can either try and absolve yourself of risk, or you can manage the risk. As I've indicated, you cannot absolve yourself of the risk.
Sorry, thank you.
So to that end, I think that's the position you find yourself in.
Okay, thank you. Committee, thank you very much for that update, Director Becking. Committee, I'm now opening up the conversation for discussion, debate, comment. Councillor Nishikawa.
Could I defer to the mayor first, please?
Sure, thank you. Mayor Kelly. And then
Thank you. Thank you. I won't defer back. Thank you all. A couple of things. And first of all, I think Director Becking has done an excellent job of summarizing the issues from, risk. In fact, long time since I practiced law, but my understanding is the liability issue is even more difficult and challenging for us to overcome than he's described. The issue of setting a precedent is a big issue for me. The issue of, and I applaud the delegates and the applicants. I mean, both, I was on council when you were here last time and you're here today. You're respectful. Clearly you're emotional. Clearly you have a lot riding on this. But at the end of the day, I have to tell you, as much as I sympathize for the situation, there's only one thing that I can hang on to that would give me reason to support the application. And that is the hope that, get your name right, when Ms. Waterhouse gets with her lawyer, and I'm going to strongly suggest that every one of you who has title to property, who used a firm, a council to give your opinion. I mean, and if you've got a mortgage, you have an opinion somewhere, go back and find out what it says to speaks to this issue of access to the water and the right to build, and speaks to the issue of where that originates. Because if we could find some source document that would prove all of us wrong, I would happily support this. Unfortunately, I can't support this. I can't see where the right comes from. We can talk about it. We can wish it were true all we want. But the simple fact is, very important transactions have happened relying on the existence of that right. And somebody has to have a copy of it if it in fact was ever written down and documented. If it isn't written down and documented, if it isn't registered as part of the deed, there's nothing that we can hang on to. And quite honestly, I don't know, in this jurisdiction, as I recall, there is no adverse possession for municipal property, which means that it doesn't matter that the dock's there 45 years or 45 minutes, which means somebody could show up next weekend with another dock and park it right next to this one, and our hands would be tied. We need to take a strong stand on this one. If you have a right to build that dock, it would have been written down. It would have been included in one of many files or many of many files. The way if I added it correctly, the way the resolution is worded, or if we were to pass the thing and it gets ratified at council, which would be 30 days from now, you would have a further 21 days, which gives you a 51-day target to find that paper. And it doesn't have to be just from the Waterhouse transaction. It can be any one of you who has it. If we can find that document to prove the right that you're asserting to have this license, I think that we have to stop and take a look at it. In the absence of that, I'm going to vote.
excuse me,
Sorry.
excuse me. Thank you. We're just having committee. I will get to that. I recognize that. Yeah, so the public portion of the conversation is done, and we will get back to that. So, okay, Mayor Kelly.
So all I'm trying to say is this is a very important issue for each of you. It's important enough that it should have been documented. It should have been in a letter somewhere. I suspect if it really did exist, you have it somewhere. And all I'm asking you to do is take 51 days to find it. and stave off whatever plans we have. But you know, when the vote is called, I will be voting against the application. And the hope will be for you in 51 days to come up with something to prove that I made the mistake.
Okay.
That's my point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Glad I deferred it. Anyhow, I think my comments will be directly to you. I have the concerns about our liability for sure, as well as the way that, I'll just say the way that this municipality is run for a number of years that I've been involved, that our public docks and wharfs have rules attached to them, parking facilities, parking rules, all of those other things that the public needs to address while they use one of our facilities. So I would suggest that our liability issues, I cannot ignore at this point. I would like to see that dock removed. However, I would also like to see Director Becking come back with a, as soon as possible. It might be the next general finance if I really was to push it, but with the ability to create a public facility, along with all of those rules that come along with a public facility, if in fact it is in line with the transportation master plan. I am aware of, I counted 6 of them on the Moon River of public access points that are currently available. And but they all have rules and regulations that the public needs to follow. So my ask would be to come back with a report as soon as possible, that if in fact this council could consider making this a public facility.
Okay. Director Becking. Could I allow you to respond to that request? Is that a reasonable, I think I've heard from you that if this is denied, then it would mean the removal of the dock and any other kind of modifications that have happened to our property. What Councillor Nishikawa is recommending here or asking for is there an opportunity, even though it's slightly outside of the transportation plan, we at least have the benefit of some of that input at this point, to have a report that could establish this as a possible public access. That just would need to go through a separate process, I believe.
Madam Chair, yes, I can come back to you with a report that will lay out what would be required in order to turn this into a public access. You know, it's at the end of the day, it boils down to a question of priority. If council would like it by next month, then it'll be by next month.
So from a process standpoint, though, you would be comfortable coming back and saying that here's an option that we could consider.
Yes.
Which would then allow the broader community to also participate in that discussion. Is that correct?
We could do it as a sidebar. The transportation master plan has already identified it as a longer term need. So it's not like we're trying to create something that didn't previously exist as a need. All you're suggesting that you're going to do is to accelerate that, the fulfillment of that need. And to that end, I don't see any contradiction, and I don't see that it in any way interferes with the TMP. And as I say, with respect to the timing, if that's the direction of council, then that's what will be done.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Yeah, I've been going back and forth on through this whole discussion. And after the mayor spoke, it reminded me of the liability and all that. I too can't support this, given our liability exposure. But saying that, I think that with this being in place for 45 years, and maybe we'll never find the documents that support it, but we do know that for 45 years, the township probably has been aware of this property being used. Someone has been aware of this dock. So I think that with Mr. Becken coming back with his report, I don't think it's really necessary next meeting, if you can, or the meeting after, on how we could make this a public access property. And when he does that, also he says there's a priority list. If we were to move up the priority, what are the other things we're going to push down the list? Is something I would like to know. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure if there was, okay, Councillor Edwards, thank you.
Yes, through the chair. If we deny this today, which we may or may not, the public can still use that if the dock is gone, is that right? Because it is public land, so they can use it. So they're not losing that, they're just losing the dock. Is this my understanding?
Okay. Director Becking? Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, the councillor is correct.
Yes. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Committee, are there any other comments or, okay? Councillor Bosomworth.
Thank you. I believe we should be doing what we can to move this and create it as a public access for everybody. I would support reviewing the master plan priorities and bringing this forward. And I would like to ensure that whatever we do in this meeting leaves that opportunity open without them having to remove the dock in the interim. So and see what we can do along that lines within the timeframes that are reasonable from an insurance risk point of view. That said, I would also, I think, insurance issue overrides. We would have to deny this, but I think we want to leave these constituents with a hope that we might have a solution to this.
Okay, Councillor Burry.
Just for clarification, if we pass this resolution today, there's 51 days in order to have either proof that something exists before any dock has to be removed.
Sorry, thank you. That is correct. In addition, if this gets passed today, it still hasn't gone through council and ratification. So there is a second port to this. So I feel like there's a possible second motion coming out of this, a resolution to direct staff to come back with a report. So I am going to ask our clerk also to create that. But I think what we want to do first is deal with this motion. Is that correct? Okay. Committee, I'm not seeing any other comments. I do want to give everybody one last chance to speak or comment. I have read the resolution. A reminder that if this resolution is passed, it does mean that this will be denied. So I just want to be sure everybody is clear. After I've read this one and we've decided on this, there is a possible other resolution moving forward as well. Thank you. Okay, so I've read the motion. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. So that has carried. So that means that the license agreement has been denied. And I'm going to ask our clerk now to help me read a possible new resolution that would create a path forward as indicated by Councillor Nishikawa here. To allow for a more fulsome understanding of that public access. So we're trying to find an appropriate path forward with this resolution. Okay, what is going to happen is our clerk is going to share her screen so that everybody has an opportunity to read this resolution. Oh, we need to have a seconder. Is there a committee member who would? Okay, Councillor McIntyre, thank you. I can't see it as well. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to read it now. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that staff be directed to report back to the next committee meeting regarding the potential of dedicating concession 7, part lot 41, a public access point to Moon River at this time, and the effect on the prioritized projects as outlined in the transportation master plan.
Comments? You didn't
Oh.
ask.
I'm waiting to see everybody, but thank you. I would now open up the floor to committee for any comments or questions. Mayor Kelly.
I'm not sure how this works with the last resolution. We presumably can sort that out because the last one was pretty definitive and made no reference to this. That's number one. Number two, when we make these kinds of adjustments to plans that we have hired good consultants to put together and which have been overseen by and developed by our extremely capable staff, I wonder why we bother paying consultants and staff if we make decisions on this kind of a basis. And so I will not be in support of this.
Okay, thank you. Comments? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Often our consultants and sometimes staff don't understand the communities that we live in. And I'm learning every day. We have so many nooks and crannies out there, I'm just saying. So I'm just saying that we have a second look at this and the effects, you know, even noting in the staff report, many of us know, as I said, the already access points that are available, but also how this could benefit the community. That's all.
Good. Thank you. Committee, are there any other questions or comments on that resolution? Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, and through you. Yeah, so, you know, I've been an advocate of accesses to water my whole 4.5 years. And I think it's something that we owe everyone, the pleasure of getting to water. I guess what's confounding me in this one is that there is a private dock at a public place. So could somebody help me understand what happens as a result of, I guess, 30 days from now when it goes to council and enacts the motion that we just passed, the resolution, what happens to the private dock? I mean, if we were to revisit this in 2 months or next month with through our transportation master plan, and we would agree that maybe this is a great spot for one, then we ourselves would position a floating dock or our own dock, correct? I mean, that's how this would go, perhaps a bench or two, and now it's access to water. Can you fill in a few blanks for me there? Thank you.
So I will ask Director Becking to also clarify, but I think I can comment that we just passed a resolution to deny the license agreement, which means that next month at council, that if and when that passes at council, then they would be directed to remove that dock because it is a private dock on a public facility. The resolution that has just been read is trying to create a path forward for this community to say, how do we establish an appropriate access from this point moving forward? And so I think that is the approach that's being recommended. And I think I'll ask Director Becking at this point to add anything.
I think that's the essence of it, Madam Chair. You know, council committee and council have several options about what they may do next month. Obviously, I'm going to have a report for you next month on the requisite day in the morning. And that will presumably inform any decision that you may choose to make in the afternoon. You can extract this particular item out of the minutes and pass the minutes in the absence of this item, and then choose to do something different with this specific item when it goes to council next month. So I think there's a whole host of options available to you. I think the path forward, as the clerk has indicated, gives you those options. And so for that reason, I would suggest you proceed accordingly.
Thank you. So committee, I have read the resolution, so it's getting printed. Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments at this point? Okay, I will be calling the question then. All those in favor? 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I have 6, and that's carried. That's right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the public for coming today. As noted by the mayor, we know that this is emotional and we get tasked with having to try and navigate a lot of different priorities and issues that come forward. But we do appreciate you coming in and being a part of this, and we will be talking about this again next month. Thank you. Okay, we are now moving on to item number 5B, which is a report from our Director of Legislative Services, Clerk. Cheryl, that's walking us through this, or? Okay. A report on the post-election report of the municipal election.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, the report is here in front of you. It's just the post-election report in regards to the outcome of numbers and all of that for the entire district. So we worked on this collaboratively with all of the clerks in the district of Muskoka, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Committee, are there any questions for staff? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. I seem to be on the hit parade today. Thank you for this report. It was very informative. I have a question that relates to this. Will there be an opportunity sometime in 2025 to have at a general finance meeting to discuss perhaps how in the 2026 election package and candidate instructions could be enhanced?
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. To speak to that, we are quite legislatively regulated in what we can and cannot do in terms of that. I will say that there is a review going on of the Municipal Election Act, and we do have one of our Muskoka clerks sitting on that group. So there are some discussions in relation to that, because what we can and cannot do in regards to information about candidates and all of that is heavily regulated.
Supplemental, please.
Yes.
Okay, I wouldn't want to go after the act at all. I'm talking about our communication package to the candidates. And I know there's a structure to it, but could there, like, for an example, be an all early on the process at the all candidates meeting that the township or the clerk could walk through and highlight some of the significant pieces, and especially on the placements of signs and etc.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Thank you for that. So you're speaking about the candidate package and when you're coming to file for nomination. I do appreciate that. It's a very unique process when it comes to elections. When it comes to elections, we do try and keep an arm's length so that the council who is sitting in front of us, as well as anybody who's putting their name forward, are all getting the same information. So I can't suggest that I would be coming forward to a council meeting just in regards to that, because I need to keep it the same for members of council as well as any member of the public who's putting their name forward. However, the ministry does put on some information sessions, and we will certainly be looking at what we can provide in general through our website and through that candidates package to make sure that the information is very clear for all of the candidates. So if you have any specific comments, I'm happy to receive them via email and consider including them. But I just wouldn't recommend coming forward to council, only to make sure that we're keeping kind of that arm's length and making sure that we're being fair to all candidates, whether they're a sitting member of council or not.
Thank you and understood.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor McIntyre.
I think the dominant thing that hit me when I read this report was the whole idea that when we do it all digitally, then there's more access. And yet when we look at the numbers, there's fewer voters. And so I just want to share that concern of how can we, even though we're getting more accessible, we're getting fewer voters. So how are we going to deal with that in the next election is sort of my question to the council and to whoever.
Crystal, would you like me to speak to that?
Yes, please.
Absolutely, through the chair. And not to, kind of make excuses for any past election, but there are a number of factors. So I'll point out that we were the third type of voting or type of election that was held in 2022. So we did have the provincial election, we did have the Conservative leadership race, and then we had the municipal election. So a lot of feedback that we heard was, well, I've already voted, I've already done my civic duty, because it was the third time that some people had participated in such a process. So that is a factor. And the fact that the provincial election is always in the same year is certainly a factor for some people, just kind of being bombarded with election. It also is very heavily dependent on the races. So we did have a mayor's race, but in this past election in this municipality, all of the town and district councillors were all acclaimed. So that does have a factor. So there's so many multiple facets to determining what those numbers are going to be in terms of turnout. It is always our goal to, hit that high number. And we kind of joke around that, are we going to pass the 40%? And of course, we'd love that to be so much higher. But I do agree, any way that we can increase those numbers, we're looking to do so.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. And thank you both for your report. Thank you for the great efforts. Moving on to item 5C, Director Donaldson.
Good morning, committee. Before you is a report on the financial results to March 31st, 2023. Actual results are reported against the full year budget approved in late March. The target budget remaining at the end of Q1 would be 75%, and the results are slightly better than that, with the net required levy remaining at March 31st being 77%, meaning we only required 23% of our full year levy rather than a quarter of it. In comparing results to a full year budget, some variances will result from quarter to quarter due to the timing of when we incur expenses. So for example, we'll experience higher heating costs in Q1 during the winter months, and they'd be lower obviously during the summer. So you'll get some seasonality in that, where when we're doing the full year comparison, we're really implicitly flatlining every quarter as 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. But overall, costs should rebalance over the year. A high level variance summary of results has been presented in the report, and revenues and expenses are summarized in tables 1 and 2 by category and by operating division. Due to the timing of the budget approval, there's no material capital expenses related to the 2023 budget in the report. Most of the costs in the report for Q1 relate to projects that were approved in prior years and were not included in 2022 or not completed in 2022. The larger projects that are included are noted in the report as well. And as it is very early in the year, staff have not included a year-end forecast in this report, but there are currently no expectations that year-end results will materially vary from what has been budgeted. The 2022 audit is wrapping up shortly, and further reporting on the final audited reserve and reserve balances will follow, as well as the report that was requested by committee during budget deliberations on a reserve and reserve fund policy. So we'll have more details on that in future reports. And on that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Committee. Questions? Councillor Kent.
Thank you. Through you. Counselor, you've been promoted again. Keep doing this. Well, or demoted, I don't know which.
Yes.
But I had just had a question. As I read through the materials, primarily the materials from Director Becking regarding the capital expenditures that we were going to approve, I think at the council meeting upcoming, all the different projects. And there was a lot of discussion about moving stuff from this category to this category, because one you were over and one you were under, which is normal course. You'll be over on one truck and under on another truck. Why would you ever, the only thing that matters to the council, I would think, would be the consolidated, how do we stand on capital expenditures post these 15 projects that have been tendered? How are we doing? Are we above or behind where we thought we'd be in aggregate? I mean, I don't think people are, we'd like to see you come in on project by project basis, but that's not likely to happen. It's not realistic. Probabilities are set. So I was just questioning, are you actually going to move stuff around in the budget? Because maybe for personal planning, I understand that, but normally once it's set, we'd see a variance in project A and a positive variance, a negative variance project A, positive variance on project C, and it'll all come out and you see the total at the bottom. But just wondering what all that discussion was in, yeah, I think it was primarily in Director Becking's materials,
right, and
how it relates to your reports.
So thank you for the question through the chair. So we have a policy, FS01, which is our budget guiding principles. And in that, there is clarification around what is delegated to staff in terms of the ability to move money within the budget. When the budget's brought forward, we're presenting a list of projects at an estimated cost for each one of those. If those costs vary beyond 10% of the original estimated budget cost, that policy calls for us to come back to council just to reconfirm that that policy, that amount has in fact moved that much, and just to reaffirm that approval to move that money around. So the resolutions that you see in some of those other reports that are going to council today are a reflection of that, just to get council's understanding and approval before we move forward, that in fact costs have varied by what we'll call a material amount, and that we're getting approval to indeed go forward with the project still at that new cost. So that is the purpose of that.
Thank you. Supplementary. Do you then actually adjust it in the book, in the accounting records, so that the budget number is different?
So through the chair.
Leave it the way it was originally and we got permission to vary versus the original amount.
Thank you.
Yeah, so through the chair. So yes to both. So we have our original budgeted approval from council on the 27th of March. When we produce our financial statements according to public sector accounting standards, we'll compare our results to that budget, full amount. When I report on capital coming forward, I will actually show what was originally approved, and I will show a column that shows all the adjustments that we made, and I'm air quoting adjustment, and quote the resolutions, just to track that council was aware that these amounts were actually significantly different. And in fact, the actuals may still vary somewhat from what the final approval was, but at least there was that acknowledgement that this amount actually, when we did the tenders, came in much higher. So we got council's green light to proceed with that variance.
You wouldn't do that.
Less than 10% is delegated to staff to be able to move money around.
Thank you. Very good question. I think a lot of us have had that, so I appreciate that question today. I do see, if I could allow Director Becking to comment as well, and then Mayor Kelly.
I just wanted to point out that I try and operate in terms of the totality of the envelope that I've been granted by council. And we go through this process to demonstrate to you that we've got a plan so that there should be, barring a major snowstorm or something at the end of the year, there should be no surprises. And if there's going to be a surprise, as we will get to here momentarily, that you know about it in advance, so that there are no surprises.
Okay, thank you, Director Becking. I just want to make sure your mic is still on. Did you have any other supplemental question or comment?
I did have one more, which was just, so in aggregate on the capital expenditure items, given what you know now, how are you doing versus what you expected? Because I know the numbers are very immaterial in the first quarter, because stuff is just being tendered, it hasn't been spent yet. But given your estimates, are you ahead or below where you thought you'd be? In aggregate, I got it on an individual project basis,
Okay.
but I couldn't track it.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask Director Becking to make a comment.
I would say to you that to this point in time, save and accept the report that we're going to discuss here in a few minutes. We've been able to balance the overs and the unders for the most part,
Apart from the wall, you mean?
apart from the wall. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So Councillor Kennedy, if I could ask just to thank you, and Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Just to sort of supplement what Councillor Kent, I think, was asking, it's unusual to see budgeted amounts vary as you, at least it's not unusual, I guess, in the municipal world, in the public finance, but from where I come from, part of the metric that you measure a manager against is his ability to work to plan, work to budget. And if you're able to move or vary the budget, as long as we know what the rules are, I guess it really doesn't matter. And I think I like Director Becking's approach of working to kind of an overall sphere of expenses that add up to one project or one department. That's fine. That works for me too. But I certainly stumbled around with the report, asking myself the same questions that Councillor Kent asked, because I just couldn't understand when it said we're going to amend the budget. Well, you don't get to amend the budget in most worlds where I've been, but we do. It's policy. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Chair, just to add one additional comment to your question. So new projects would also be something that would be added kind of post approval. So if there was something that wasn't in the original capital budget and then during the year there was a decision to add something that was unplanned, then that would also affect that. But I think in the public sector realm, just quickly, it's just that desire to make sure there's full transparency for people, right? If we're dealing to a total at the bottom, then it takes away all the detail, and I think the detail is an important element for public sector transparency and disclosure.
Thank you. Councillor Bosomworth.
Thank you. Just to loop back and for clarification, I think I heard you say though that when you report these to us, it is to the original budget. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, so through the chair. So the annual audited financial statements will be to the approved budget from the council meeting.
But when we see these quarterly reports, which budget are you comparing to?
I will show you, sorry, Chair, I will show you all the train from the start and all the adjustments that were made to get us to an adjusted and then an actual and variance from there.
Okay.
Transparency.
Thank you. Yes, transparency. Thank you. An important piece. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much again for a great report. Moving on to item 5D. Ms. Lehman.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. You have in front of you a report to support a revised workplace violence, harassment, and anti-discrimination policy and procedure. So it was developed in consultation with our labor lawyer, and it ensures that we're meeting our legislative requirements. The next step, once approved, will be to communicate and train our employees. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Committee, any questions for Ms. Lehman? I'm seeing none. I will read this motion. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that the workplace violence, harassment, and anti-discrimination policy and procedure be adopted, and that the manager of human resources or designate shall periodically review this policy and may make administrative amendments or amendments as required by law. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lehman. Moving on to Kayleen. Thank you. Item 5E.
Okay, thank you. Good morning through you. The report before you includes an outline, scope, and timeline for the development of a communication strategy to guide communications for the municipality. We understand that communications is a key priority for council and can assure you that it's a priority for staff as well. We know there are a number of areas with room for improvement, and the strategy we're hoping to move forward with will help provide a prioritized framework to improve and guide communications for the Township of Muskoka Lakes. This will help to ensure there's a unified approach, and we, both staff and council, are working collaboratively to educate and disseminate information to our stakeholders. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Committee, are there any questions or comments? Councillor Burry.
I applaud the strategy. I think that's fantastic. We're going to have a couple of fairly key communications items that are going to need to be dealt with earlier than the strategy will allow us. Thinking a couple of things we're going to talk about a little later this afternoon. And I'm wondering if we're going to be able to decouple, if staff are going to be able to decouple the communications around dark skies, around amps, as opposed to the strategy, which I applaud for the longer term. But I'm hoping that we're going to be able to have some sidecars pop out of the siding faster.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just going to make a quick comment, but then I would like you to respond appropriately to staff. I believe that there's two processes that will be handled simultaneously. One is this: we will be developing a strategy while still having operational communication matters happening. And as I read in the report, I believe if a situation arises, you'll be using that to help also form the strategy. Is that correct? So if an example happens, you'll still be working on it. And if there's key lessons learned, that's a great way for us to incorporate that for future. Is that correct?
To you / through you.
Yes.
Yes, that is correct. So the plan is there's a few key projects outlined in the report, and that's subject to change as well, to kind of act as case studies, I guess you could say, as we form the strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Councillor Burry, did you have a supplemental? Okay, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, and through you. The report identifies that in 2023, we'll be working on some key projects, and there's a list that's provided. I just need a little more clarity on what's going to be happening with the first one there, the development and publishment of plain language, quick and easy to read community education materials. What specifically will we be doing in that area? Will we be taking advantage of some low-hanging fruit that we all know that exist? The second one is the web evaluation improvements. Whether you'll be doing anything in 2023 for that, because it's tangible, because a lot of people struggle with it. And then secondly, what will be done to monitor the Engage Muskoka page content to make sure that is current and up to date.
Thank you.
Thank you, and through you. So I mean, all these 3 points tie together in a sense. And I mean, I'll continue to work closely with the experts in each of their respective areas to develop content with appropriate information to ensure that everything stays up to date in terms of the website and Engage Muskoka Lakes as well. And then speaking directly to community education surrounding bylaws. Some of you may remember last summer, I worked with our Chief Bylaw Enforcement Officer to develop postcards and then do some online information as well as it relates to the tree and site bylaw or fireworks, things like that. So continuing to work with our Chief Bylaw Enforcement Officer, for example, to develop appropriate content and then sharing that on our social media channels, website, and print material as well.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Roberts? I just want to be sure, or is there a supplemental?
I'll do a follow-up directly with the office. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments, committee? Seeing none. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that the proposed plan for the development of the township communication strategy as outlined in report number LS 2023-13 be endorsed. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Item 6A, Director of Public Works. You're there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This report is further to my report of January of this year relating to the Medora Street retaining wall. Since that time, our consultant has completed a geotechnical investigation of the site, has completed a cadastral or a legal survey of the location, and has conducted preliminary design activities. The outcome of which is that we will be requiring some kind of a shoring system to retain the slope during construction, and that will have to become a permanent feature of the installation. Of the preliminary design alternatives, they considered 3 alternatives. A concrete faced wall in conjunction with the sheet piling, a masonry veneer, and a stacked wall, a stone wall in front of the sheet piling. A life cycle analysis was conducted, and the stacked wall is the clear preferred alternative. It has the lowest overall life cycle cost and the greatest potential for an extended life beyond the minimum. And that is the recommendation before you. Further to my earlier comments, one of the nasty surprises that we've been given is that the cost of the wall is going to be considerably more expensive than what you were quoted in January. The bulk of the difference in cost relates to the need to install the sheet pile shoring system. And as a consequence, there will be an increased cost going up to $1.356 million for the replacement. The recommendation is that the balance of the funds be taken from the roads and bridges and major infrastructure reserve. With that, Madam Chair, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So committee, we've all had the report. We all have the information in front of us. Do we have any questions for Director Becky? I'm seeing none. I will read the resolution and then we can have a conversation and debate. Do you have a question? Okay.
Sorry, will we be able to see a schematic of what this is going to end up looking like?
There were some sketches included in the consultant's report. I believe they give you an idea of what is being proposed, but if that's not sufficient for you, I can have a consultant prepare some additional sketches to that extent.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Kent?
Thank you. Just since I am new on council, this is a big problem, obviously. How unusual is it for us to get this kind of a problem? Is it every year that we have a problem that's about a $500,000? Like, is this like once every 10-year kind of problem, or is this a every year kind of unusual bad maintenance issue we have to deal with?
I won't say that this is a common experience, but I will also say to you that this is my life. And it has been my life for 40 years. This particular situation, quite frankly, is the result of some very bad decisions that were made about 20 odd years ago, 25 years ago. And it has now materialized, quite frankly, on your watch, and you need to deal with it.
Would you say it's because of us not, as I've heard throughout the budgeting process, that we haven't been maintaining our assets well enough, and that's going to come to haunt us over the next 5 to 7 years? Or is this just a series of, it was bad construction when it was first put in place, it was bound to fall apart at some point, and we just happened to be here at that time?
Madam Chair, The reason this has been brought to your attention is because of some changes that have been made in the last, well, in my tenure, in terms of becoming a knowledgeable owner, if you will, about the state of infrastructure that is under your jurisdiction and control. That's the reason why this is coming forward now. The root cause, if you wish, of this situation stems from as I say, a very bad decision made for all the wrong reasons about 25 years ago. And you are now having to deal with the fallout from that. But be that as it may, it is what it is, and we have to address the issue and move forward.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Bosomworth?
There's some mature trees in front of the house on the top. Will they be lost?
Yes.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, the constraints that we're facing are such that being able to save the vegetation is almost going to be impossible. That having been said, the consultant has included in their estimates certain funds to revegetate what will be the ultimate slope available, and try and make it as aesthetically pleasing as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa?
Thank you. Just along that aesthetically pleasing, the reason why I was asking about the picture, because we had some work done in Bala over the years that actually wiped out some of the history in the area and just put in industrialized steel, like there was no character around our bridges primarily. So I guess my question, that's why I was interested, has there been consideration, or what does the charm of Port Carling look like in relationship to this particular project? And yeah, like I just don't want it to look so industrialized, I guess, if I was saying that.
Madam Chair, if committee members go to the site and look at the wall that is beneath the failing wall, that's what you're going to get. It's intended, what the design that has come up with is intended to replicate that which already exists. The sheet pile wall will be in behind the stacked stone wall, and you won't see it. But it will be the thing that will hold back the slope and the building and all the rest of the good stuff. It's the thing that's there for structural purposes.
Thank you. Councillor Bosomworth?
That prompted another thought. What would it cost if we didn't put the blocks in front, just left the sheet piling? How much would we save?
Madam Chair, I'd have to go back and look at the preliminary design report, but it was several hundreds of thousands of dollars, I would expect. That having been said, the sheet pile wall, quite frankly, is butt ugly.
I was just trying to get an idea of how much aesthetics was costing us.
It really is. It really is very, very. Let's just say that the engineering profession has not been known for its attention to aesthetics.
Okay, thank you. We are still in the questions period, so I see Councillor Edwards, and then I will read the resolution.
Yes, to the chair, to Director Becking. What you're saying about 25 years ago when they did the other one, they should have done it all at once because they were actually putting Band-Aids on like we're looking at now, rather than doing it right. So it'll last 75 to 100 years. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I am going to now read the resolution. I'm not seeing any more questions, and then we can have a conversation or debate. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that the preferred design alternative of sheet piling and stacked stone wall, alternative 3, for the replacement of the Port Carling retaining wall as outlined in report number PW-2023-032 be endorsed, and that the detailed design process for said solution be authorized to commence. and that the approved 2023 capital budget for the Medora Street sidewalk wall project number whatever, be increased, oh, I see what it said, be increased to 1,360,000 from the current approved budget of 718,000, and the additional $642,000 be funded from the roads, bridges, and major infrastructure reserve fund. Now, are there any comments or debate? Councillor Kent.
I don't have an issue with doing it. My question is, how large is I believe I know the answer. So how large is the building reserve fund today? And is this about a 10% hit on the building reserve fund? And assuming that is the case, how do we replenish the building reserve fund? Because a 10% hit at it for one item is a big number. If I'm right, how big is the building reserve fund, Director Beck?
Madam Chair, I'm afraid I don't have that information. That would be something that the Director of Finance would be better to answer.
I thought I read somewhere that it was about $5 million. Does that sound too low?
So maybe what I can do is ask Director Donaldson. He is just coming off camera right now and he can respond to that question. Director Donaldson? Did you hear that question?
I did. Thank you, Chair. So the building inspection fund, maybe the one that you're thinking of, that is in that $4.5 to $5 million range, and that is a separate fund that's generated through permit fees. The building and facilities reserve is currently less than $1 million. So this would be a very large draw from that reserve. However, discretionary reserves are at the discretion of council to move around as they see fit. So if there was a need to reallocate funds from a different discretionary capital reserve, that could be done to cover this off if there was a shortfall.
Thank you. A supplemental?
Yeah, I think the issue becomes, given if you take it out of that fund, you're taking $600,000 against $1 million fund, that becomes significant from a planning standpoint going forth. Again, that comes back to the issue of what's our policy on how large our reserves have to be as compared to our capital expenditure base, feel safe and comfortable. Director Donaldson has said we can use a different fund. I don't know what our choices are. I think that's something we need to think about. I think we have no choice but to do the wall. But I think we do need to plan ahead on the next steps, which is how do we replenish it? Because we could get another one and then we don't have $1 million reserve fund anymore. Now we've got $300,000 or $400,000 left. So that's my only concern.
Okay.
And safety planning ahead.
Yep. Director Donaldson, do you have any final comment on that or?
Nothing direct other than to say that certainly those types of conversations around risk assessment and the need for appropriate levels of funding will be part of the report coming forward on reserves and reserve funds.
So which fund would you take the money out of? Or don't you know yet?
I don't have a specific recommendation. I'd have to review the folder, the file, and I could come back with something if the need was to move the money around. I think there's sufficient money there now, but we would just need to be mindful of other needs, as you say, that may be unanticipated that may come up. So I would circle back with committee on a recommendation on that in the future.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Through the chair, if I remember right, Director Donaldson, did we not take $300,000 that you recommended to put into reserves out in the last budget, which would have helped?
Thank you. Director Donaldson.
Chair, the 2023 budget approved the same amount of contributions to reserves as we did in 2022, which is about $3.6 million.
But did we not take 300,000 that was recommended out of that? I believe there was there not?
So Chair, in the original draft, staff had recommended that we increase the amount over 2022 to approximately that amount. It was around 300,000, and the decision of council was to maintain the level of contribution at the same level as 2022.
So I did allow those questions because I do believe we're still trying to get our heads around an understanding of reserves. But I think this is a fantastic example of the importance of reserves. And we look forward to a future conversation led by Director Donaldson on how we manage those effectively. But I think we would all agree that right now we're pretty glad that we have that money, excuse me, available. Councillor Bosomworth, is it a new question or a comment? Comment, okay.
This frankly this is a question, but the discussions prompt further questions. Have we competitively bid this or is this a single source?
Thank you.
We have not bid it as yet, Madam Chair. This is an interim report. The next step will be to complete the detailed design and drawings and specifications, and then it will be tendered out in July is the game plan, with a view to award in August, and we will propose to start the construction immediately following the Labor Day weekend to get past the tourist season.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any other comments? I've read the resolution, so at this point I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That has passed. Thank you. So do we just keep going? Just keep going, right? Yeah, just keep.
See how
Okay, item number 7. The minutes of the Public Library Board, I believe we probably have all read those. Is there any questions or comments on that? No, thank you. Seeing none. Now on to item number 8. And this is Mr. Moore. 8A. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair. Today, staff have prepared a short presentation to just help provide an overview of economic development at the Township of Muskoka Lakes, just for information purposes. I am aware of the time and our meeting today, so I will try to make it as quick as possible. But Chriselle, if you want to flip to the first slide. So first and foremost, what is economic development? It is a broad area, a broad topic that covers multiple different sectors and industries. The Economic Development Association of Canada actually put together a really good video about what economic development is, but I think just given the time, I may skip the video today. I can certainly share it amongst committee afterwards. I will maybe touch on a few of the main takeaways from it that I'd like to highlight. And the most important one being, as economic developers, we're often referred to as collaborators. We're kind of the connectors of the community. We're often involved with multiple different departments at the township, connecting with different levels of government, provincial and federally. We work with the local business community, the service groups, business support organizations such as Muskoka Tourism, the Chamber, who we saw earlier today, all in an effort to generate prosperous conditions for economic growth and the enhancement of the quality of life of the community. So Chriselle, if you want to flip to the next slide, in particular, what is the role of economic development in Muskoka Lakes? And I think it's important to highlight that Council has identified in the strategic plan, the priority to strengthen and diversify Muskoka Lakes economy. With that, last term, Council adopted an economic development strategy that focused on creating those conditions to allow residents, businesses, and the environment to flourish. So I think it's important to recognize that, simply put, what we're trying to do is create that healthy community. By having a healthy community, which has the services, the amenities, events, tourism, a healthy downtown core, that is going to be a place that people will want to live, want to work, and want to do business. So that's our ultimate goal in economic development and all the initiatives we undertake. Looking into our day-to-day kind of operations and activities to help achieve that, we certainly want to take a proactive approach in those regards. And in particularly, I think economic development, it's almost changed over the last years or decades almost too. You may recall in years past, generations past, it was certainly in an effort to attract industrial jobs Jobs lead to more revenue in the local economy, et cetera. But it's really shifted more to a community-based approach, community development, a focus particularly in Muskoka Lakes, given the resources we have, et cetera, on improving those current conditions we have, working with the local business community that's already here. We have a report following this one about our business survey, and it shows a strong interest from our local business community to expand and grow their businesses. And I think those are the areas we need to be focusing on, because we don't have to already sell them on why this area is a good place to do business. They've already chosen Muskoka Lakes to do just that. So a few key areas in proactive business development and support. We certainly assist on a day-to-day with business inquiries. That may be connecting them with Muskoka Tourism for some marketing initiatives. It may be connecting them with a different organization or even one of the departments within our township. Tourism and events, we certainly want to support those as well. Working with the Chamber and Muskoka Tourism collaboratively on marketing initiatives, events, supporting them and helping them guide through the approval processes to use our amenities, and even, as we will see today as well, providing some grants to help those facilitate those as well. From a research, information, and grants perspective, as economic developers, we're constantly looking for funds, areas, different levels of government that we can apply for to help projects, initiatives that we have upcoming or underway. In terms of, again, collaboration, it's a main piece of our day-to-day activities. In particularly, we're constantly working, and I think often in the departments here, we often refer to it as a concierge service. So I'm kind of the concierge person in the township, helping, again, connect local businesses with the resources they need. I think it's important to mention the council's commitment to economic development and the budget commitment recently by council, investing in our community infrastructure. We recently launched our community improvement plan, and we're now providing incentive programs to the local business community in the downtown cores. Those are certainly big steps and big tools in helping develop that healthy community in a place, again, where people want to be. Next slide, Michelle. Our strategies. So we have two main strategies that help guide our special projects and initiatives. We have our economic development strategy, which has three key priority areas: economic drivers, existing business support, and diversifying the local economy. Under those, we have various actions. Most recently, we have our community improvement plan. And again, in that, you're pretty familiar with that. That's more recent. But we have priority project areas in the downtown core for us to undertake in the public realm. We have our streetscape plans, urban design guidelines, and most recently, our business incentive programs. Next slide. Partners. This is a big one. This is that collaboration, that connection piece. We've heard from a few of our partners earlier today, but this chart really does a good job of the different areas, the tourism organizations. You'll see RTO 12, Muskoka Tourism, the Chamber. RTO focuses on that tourism product development, Muskoka Tourism, that destination marketing, and the Chamber, who we have an MOU with to provide our visitor information services. So they're kind of our feet on the ground. Business support organizations, there's various organizations available to help anything from business planning to low interest finance loans, etc. And then we have some of our regional initiatives that we're undertaking as well with the district, regional strategies, work plans. Thank you. Perfect. Chriselle, next slide. Leveraging investments. So just looking at this past year, quickly at a glance, again, that main piece about economic developers looking at grant opportunities, how we can leverage those budget dollars approved by council. Quickly, just to look at some of the projects that we undertook last year and some of the associated funds we were able to leverage at different levels of government. I think it was a really successful year. And I think in particular, given the first year of us beginning implementation of that community improvement plan, it really showed the benefit to having those projects identified. And again, those dollars committed by council to move forward with them. Next slide, Kayleen. Last slide. So looking forward, continuous improvement. 2023 at a glance. I know you're pretty familiar with this, just going through the recent budget discussions. But these are the main projects that we're looking at this year. In particular, the CIP, we're looking to really promote and hopefully get some interest in those private sector incentive programs. Through our first two applications, we were able to leverage $80,000 of private sector funding in the downtown cores. We are obviously working regionally on a workforce strategy and job board. And then we have some more downtown projects as well. So with that, I think that helps wrap up the presentation. As always, I'm available for questions, Chair, but I just do want to mention my door is always open. You can always stop in to the office, call, email. Always happy to chat economic development, any ideas, community initiatives. That's what I'm here for. So with that, Chair, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much,
you for the
Ms.
water.
Rohrer. Committee, are there any questions or comments? Mayor Kelly?
Thank you. And through you, and just real quick, I didn't see Lock Street on there for again this summer. Are you going to try that again?
Through you, Chair. We won't be doing the full road closure that we did last year. I think it was a great pilot project that we conducted last year. I think we learned a lot from it, a lot of pros and a lot of cons. When we reported back on that in the fall, it was actually the previous term of council, just as they were wrapping up. But this year, we're going to move forward with a little bit of a hybrid approach. We're still going to have some of the public amenities available, picnic tables, games, but just in a smaller scale, kind of in the existing public spaces on the grass, etc. And then that way it still leaves the road itself open for vehicles to access the pavilion down there, the docks, the cruise ships, etc. And then if there are opportunities for any events, live music, etc., we can always close the street on a as-is basis, as needed kind of thing.
Great. Thank you. Good question. Yeah, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you to you, I suppose. For the last 4 years, previous term, I, with 3 others, you're included, sat on the Economic Development Committee now. And of course, I think a lot of what we did with the public is reflective of some of this status update here today. That was a great effort. I'm wondering where the Economic Development Committee sits, and or if there is any intention of continuing it in this new term. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's a great question, and I will probably deflect either to our CAO or to the mayor.
You ask Corey.
Or Corey. Yeah. Mayor Kelly? Okay.
Thank you. Good question. Yes, I think this time next month at council, we'll have the basic thrust of a slightly different approach. Rather than have standing committees with public status, we're going to move to a working group environment with different terms of reference, more task oriented rather than a standing committee that kind of meets even when there's not particularly something to meet over. And we'll bring that to probably GNF first in 1 month.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. That was a good overview and a nice follow-up to today's meeting on Muskoka Tourism to start to see how these things work together. Yes. Moving on, you're on the next business. Oh, Councillor Bosomworth. Okay. To me? I think that is item C. So you can stay for item B. We are doing the business survey results first, and then you are on item C. But thank you for that. Okay, item B.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this report provides an overview of the business survey results from the year 2022. In the appendix of the report is the results from that survey. We've been conducting the business survey for a couple of years now. In the appendix, you can also see last year's results too, and it was identified in our economic development strategy as an opportunity to reach out to the community, connect with the businesses, ensure that our actions, our initiatives are aligned with their needs. And obviously, it's a great tool for us to measure as we go forward the health of that business community. In table 1 of the report is the initiatives in response to some of the feedback we got from that survey. A lot of those initiatives we've already received council's approval on, either through resolutions or our strategies or the budget, etc. You'll see some of the main ones in regards to broadband, implementing our now new strategy, developing the workforce strategy, housing. There's some work going on at the district too that we're going to be participating in. We've got our new CIP incentives to help with employee attainable housing in the downtown cores. Those are definitely our 3 main ones: workforce, housing, and broadband, and that's why they were identified as our key economic drivers in the economic development strategy. I will mention, and you'll see it included in the recommendation, the one initiative that we haven't got approval from committee and council to move forward on is reviewing and updating the MOU with the chamber. Through these business survey results, we see and we constantly hear marketing events as a need. So I think it's a good opportunity. We all went through the past budget process as well. I think there's a desire and an interest amongst both parties to maybe make that process a little bit more efficient in terms of the annual funding amount and how we go about that. In the end of it all, we are supposed to be partners. So we've included in the recommendation just the opportunity to direct staff to begin a review and an update of that, just to help clarify roles, responsibilities, and then we can return back to committee at a later date with some of the results from those discussions.
Thank you. Committee, are there any questions or comments? I'm putting the 2 together because then I will read the resolution. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. The MOU, as I understand it with the chamber, is due up for review and renewal and or potential renewal, I suppose, in 2024. So are we talking about the work plan here that we want to review and update because we have an annual work plan with them? Or why would we be, or are we presuming to be rewriting the MOU a year early? Is my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, through you, Chair. Over the past year, with discussions with the chamber, there's definitely been a shared interest to review that MOU. You are correct. The annual work plan itself is kind of the short-term annual initiatives that we're currently working on with the chamber regarding their 2023 funding amount. The MOU is definitely a longer-term outlook of that partnership. And I think just given the last couple budget deliberations, the process of requesting the annual funding amount, what types of services we're getting back in response of that, how we measure those. I think there's just an interest from both parties to be more efficient in that regard. And that's why we'd want to look at reviewing that long-term MOU with them now versus waiting till next year. Try to get ahead of it a bit.
Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Zavitz, just before I do the supplemental, our CAO would like to speak as well.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and good morning, committee. So I just wanted to add to Mr. Moore's comments, just to ensure we're all on the same page and it's clear. So what Councillor Zavitz was referring to with respect to a work plan. So we have a memorandum of understanding that outlines responsibilities between our 2 organizations for the tourism marketing functions. Prior to receiving the annual allotment that council approves through the budget process, the chamber is required to submit an annual work plan. So that's what Councillor Zavitz was speaking to. And so that's a conversation, or that's something that will be brought back to you as an information item once we've seen it. The memorandum of understanding allows for staff to approve that work plan. Typically, you would have seen it prior to the budget being approved, but that didn't occur. this past budget process. My understanding is staff did ask for that document. That said, the memorandum of understanding, again, the agreement between the parties, there's a desire from both parties to take a look at it. So to the extent that there's adjustments prior to its complete reconsideration in 24, that's sort of what Mr. Moore is talking about today. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Zavitz.
Good, thank you for that clarification. So I guess my larger question then, this would have no impact on the $50,000 that we supported in the 2023 budget in terms of, I mean, it's not on hold while we're doing anything. This is a collaborative working side by side on it. Is that right?
Corey?
Through you, Chair. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, no impact to the funding allocated for this year. Yeah.
And our CAO would also like to comment.
And also just for clarity, as I outlined earlier, the issuance of the funding is dependent on receipt of the work plan. Right? So it's clear as to what will be happening for the money. So as Mr. Moore has pointed out, the conversation with respect to the memorandum, separate from this.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't think I've read this yet, have I? Are there any other questions? I am going to read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that the 2023 initiatives to address business community feedback identified in Table 1 of Staff Report CED-2023-11 be endorsed, and that staff be directed to review and update the memorandum of understanding between the Township of Muskoka Lakes and the Muskoka Lakes Chamber of Commerce in an effort to clearly outline respective roles and responsibilities of each organization in the sphere of marketing, events, and tourism visitor services. Before I call the question, are there any further comments? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay. Now is the time. Yes, thank you for you to receive. And I'm just at this point, committee, I was thinking we would just continue. There's still quite a few things on the agenda. Is that, does anybody, okay. General consensus here. Okay, so item number C, community grants. Mr. Moore.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Last report, our community grant program. We held our first intake just after the 2023 budget approval. We've received 10 applications this year. We actually received more amount of funding requested was more than the amount available. And you can see each of those applications and the recommended funding amounts by staff in the appendix of the report. There were, again, more funds requested than available. So what we did was the groups asking for the maximum amount of 2,500. We took off the difference in the amount of, we split between them. So you'll see their recommended amounts as 2,200, and that just makes up the difference of the amount of funds that were requested over the amount we had available. So with that, Chair, happy to answer any questions on those.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. And I like the way that you did it. I would also say that I'm not in favor of moving any more forward this year, but I am curious, Corey, if in fact you have much knowledge about the grants available through the district, and I'm going to suggest or have you, could you recommend that people start applying through them? And it's interesting because some of those applications we start to see come forward in early fall. And I would even suggest that, we're going to have a different conversation with Director Donaldson, I believe, on how we're going to approach our budget. But I would actually like to see some of those applications come forward ahead of the budget, like so that we can establish what, maybe it's not $20,000 anymore. Maybe it's 30 or 40 or 50, whatever that number is, but we actually get a better idea. Because what I am concerned about is that we're going to consistently see the same applications coming forward because they know how to do it. And then there wouldn't be those other opportunities so some of these applications, I just see, oh, that was a direct route to district, quite honestly.
So,
And some of those fundings.
so I think there could be some questions in the discussion that might be along that similar vein. So just to hold on to that, if you don't mind, because I feel like I've heard that from a few. Are there any specific questions on the actual approval recommendations? Except for Councillor Roberts. Councillor Roberts. Okay, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I have a question directly to staff pertaining to the grants and supporting information for the grants. And the question is, would staff please I have two questions. Would staff please identify the value of charges waived by committee and council outside the grants in 2022?
So I think that because it's not direct to this, I think that might be a separate conversation. I understand. I think I know where you're headed, but I think what we're trying to understand is in this particular situation,
Okay.
it's funding approval recommendations. So we could have that as part of our conversation afterwards.
All right. All right. I'll save that. I'll save both questions till then.
So I will read the I haven't seen staff. Stephanie, is that me a question? Staff, is there? Okay. I will read this resolution and then I will allow us to have further conversation on some of these moved by Councillor Bosomworth. No. Moved by Councillor McIntyre. Seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that the 2023 Community Grants Program Funding Approval Recommendations outlined in Appendix 1 of Staff Report CED 2023-12 be approved. Now I will open up the floor for some conversation and I will allow I think the questions or comments from Councillor Nishikawa to start.
Well, mostly I'm going to suggest that what Councillor Roberts requested is not part of this particular discussion right now.
Right.
But I would be interested in that information to come back to the next general finance meeting. And again, my question was mostly to Corey of, was he aware of the district grant program available? And so for instance, if a community wanted to have a spaghetti dinner and it was going to be for the betterment of all the community, they can actually apply for that grant through the district. And so I'm just suggesting that we bring you up to speed on that and then you shuffle them all down that way. Just saying.
Another way to stream money or stream interest. Are there any other questions or comments?
Shit.
Specific to this resolution, Councillor Roberts? I think you're on mute.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. Yes, I'm just to follow up on Councillor Nishikawa was saying, I think there's a bigger discussion around this whole grant thing because as Councillor Nishikawa was indicating there, people are becoming aware of this. So the value might increase in other years. And I think we really need more clarity on what we're looking for this money. And so that's just saying that on supporting Councillor Nishikawa, there's more discussion that's required. On the second part is I'm a bit concerned, I guess a lot concerned that we've allocated the full amount and there will be no second intake. Am I correct in that?
Mr. Moore?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we're aware that through 2022 and the previous years, there have been, we have occasionally or regularly, we have people come in and ask to waive charges. And this is going to continue. And I know we had one last month, the Battle Arena, or for the men's hockey tournament. And we told them to, I believe we advised that they come back and put in an application for a community grant. Is that correct?
Sorry, Mr. Moore. I'm trying to figure out a path forward and I didn't quite hear that. So I may have to lean on you to answer.
Could I answer?
Well. Okay,
happy
Councillor
to-
Nishikawa, I apologize. I didn't fully hear that question.
No,
so-
well, no, so what we did choose to do was to waive the fees.
Okay.
Without it actually affecting the budget itself.
Okay.
Okay, so just to continue on my train of thought here. We know that, Mr. Moore, that there's going to be some more of these types of requests coming in to waive revenue or waive charges. And my concern is that if these come in, we won't have any more money left to waive that, and will be taken out of the pot. Is that not, Ruth, you think it's something different?
There's two. Okay, I think it is. But anyways, okay. Our CAO would also like to comment. Thank you.
Madam Chair and Councillor Roberts, I'm going to try and paraphrase this. So if I've got it wrong, please let me know. But my understanding of what Councillor Roberts is saying is in some instances, we are foregoing fees. We're not waiving them because that's a lost revenue opportunity. So in the one instance, let's say, for example, it's ice time. So we have the waiver of the fee. That's revenue we didn't bring in. So that impacts the levy. So what Councillor Roberts is talking about in this instance, where we've got a grant fund and we're going out into the community looking to give that money away. I believe he's saying, is that a priority over what we're subsidizing through fee waivers? And should we look at that as in its entirety? Should that replace the grant program? What does committee and council see as a priority in terms of that investment? Because I believe that the grant program that he's talking about could be the financial offset that we use for lost revenues if we think something's important enough. And so I think he's wanting staff to come back with sort of a report that analyzes that matter. Is that fair, Councillor Roberts?
Okay.
Yes.
So that would be secondary to the resolution that is currently on the table, that there would be a subsequent staff report. So we will draft a secondary resolution for that. I'd have to see if everybody's interested, but I think the first thing I need to confirm is this. I've read it and it's on the table, correct? So are there any other questions or comments on this particular resolution? Okay. Oh, Councillor Kent.
The question I had was a follow-up on Councillor Nishikawa's, which is if we spend it all now, what happens when September rolls around and we get a hockey tournament walking in?
Okay.
We're done. Is that normal or should we just?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Moore, did you want to respond?
Sure, through you, Chair, that's correct. Right now, the funding will be all used. The policy speaks that we would open a second intake, only shall funding remain available. So in this instance, this would be the first time this has happened, but all the funding would be used in the first intake, which means we had a lot of interest in the spring, and those organizations interested were able to come forward with their applications in a timely manner.
Okay. Thank you. So I have now read this resolution and I will call the question. All those in favor? Okay, that carries. Thank you. Now, I think our clerk has been trying to capture a possible and just try it. Of course you can. I know that we haven't landed on something. I think she's trying to help us also interpret
I
some of
actually,
the discussion. So just, yes, I'm now going to open up the conversation to the idea of being floated out.
I think it's a little premature to come up with a resolution at this time. I think it's a budget discussion. And I think we should allow Director Donaldson, he's getting ready. He's having these conversations with us about what our budget is going to look like. I don't believe we need a separate resolution at this time to ask staff to go out and do a bunch of stuff for the next meeting when there's a lot more to look at and discuss. And so I would suggest that we wouldn't do a resolution at this time.
Okay. So I'm hearing a bit of support for what Councillor Nishikawa has just recommended, that this is maybe more appropriate at the budget. So Councillor Roberts, I feel like that's probably going to be the path forward. But thank you for bringing that up again. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moore. I know, that was good days. Okay, folks, we are still working away at this. I don't see anything under unfinished business, so we are now moving on to item 10A, B, C, and D. And you will note that this is now where we get to have discussion from the delegations from earlier this morning. We will begin with the discussion on the Muskoka and Area Ontario Health Team. Oh, I'm sorry. We will be starting on item 10A, which is the discussion now on today's earlier delegation from the Muskoka and Area Ontario Health Team. As committee will recall, is there a resolution? There's no resolution. Okay, as committee will recall, there was a request for some funding. I think the amount was $3,000 to $5,000 and ideally over a 3-year period. And that was to support their recruiting efforts to find health practitioners within all of Muskoka, noting that some of these funds for this, or the recruiters' efforts this year, will be focused on finding 3 nurse practitioners for the Township of Muskoka Lakes area. So with that, I would now like to open up the floor for conversation and debate. And I see our CAO would like to speak first, and then I will open it up.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just for some additional clarity, the 3 practitioners is assuming that the provincial grant that they've applied for is successful.
Okay.
And I think should you choose to contribute to this initiative for the recruiter, likely should have a resolution directing staff to do that. Should you choose not to, you don't need a resolution because you've previously said no. So just clarity from a process perspective.
Okay, thank you. I see Mayor Kelly and then Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, just a couple of points. And I want to clarify one thing that came out of the discussion. The funding they're seeking is not to pay for a recruiter. It's to pay for the activities that the recruiter they already have on board is going to do to pursue these new practitioners. And that's actually the way it's described in the report as well. They have, I understand, the recruiter. It's just to fund the attendance that I've read of conferences and so forth. That's number one. Number two, I think the answer that was given to how much the district had put up to this or for this was $10,000. No, it was $25,000. And our share being roughly 40% of that is a substantial, I think, contribution that needs to be recognized. And quite frankly, I think means that we've probably funded more than enough to satisfy the needs for this year anyhow.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz?
Through you, what the mayor just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa?
Well, yes, and I don't want to prolong things, but healthcare is not at this municipal level. I'm very, very strong about this. We talked about it for my 20 some odd years, and I'm always reminded when a taxpayer says, I'm not going to give to the hospital anymore because you guys are giving my money, my tax dollars to them. And then I don't get that ability to get a tax receipt or any of that from that, So I'm listening to my taxpayers saying municipal funds should not be going to healthcare. That's a provincial responsibility. And I also would say that there's it's narrowing down who all of these groups are, but there's lots of fingers in the pie, I'm just going to say, and I believe this belongs at district and then, of course, the province. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So I'm getting a sense then that we would like to stick with our previous direction, which is that we will not be funding. I just want to have that confirmation, just to show a nod of heads here. Councillor Kent, sorry.
He did say in the meeting today that he knew that our budget for the year was over. We could sort of defer this for a year and just say our funding is over this. We'll reconsider it next year with the budget process. Just as an alternative, because he already said you guys are done for the year. I know that. Just an idea.
That's true. And I guess at any point with our budget process, sorry, I'm now looking to you that, and yeah, people would be able to come forward during that period of time. So, Councillor Edwards?
Yes, staffing is always a problem in that. From what I've been told, there's people talking to staff at the Pines and everywhere else, vacant, offering them jobs elsewhere, and they're leaving. So, I mean, yeah, we can say it's the provinces should be doing it, which I agree with. But, you know, there's other municipalities that are actively searching for people because there's a shortage. If we don't get involved, we're going to be losing people, not only gaining people. So we should stop and think about that. I'm not saying we should do it this time, but we should maybe think about it in the budget and not talk about it, because we are losing staff with paramedics and nurses and that. They're going elsewhere because they're getting offers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burry?
So I want to be very clear. We are already participating in this. It's about $10,000. So the district has decided to fund it, and we're 40% of the district. So the issue I have is when it starts double dipping it at the two tiers.
Okay.
Let's be very clear on the public record. Our contribution to that is about $10,000 a year for the next 3 years, because we got voluntold.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? So once again, I'm getting a feeling that we're all comfortable with the direction that was previously had, and thank you. Okay, moving on now to item 10B, which is the discussion re the taxi licenses. Any comments? Councillor Nishikawa.
Some of you know I happen to like antique cars. I also choose to drive older vehicles. My current car is 12 years old. It has very little mileage on it. It's the reality of things. So I believe that we should remove that age limit. If there's complaints within the community of, you know, that taxi driver put me in this rickety old thing, then we can address that at that point. But I want to stay with the licensing. I think the licensing is very important, but let's remove the age limit of the car.
Mayor Kelly? Mayor.
Thank you. And I fully support Councillor Nishikawa on that. I do not know what else we ask, or do we seek, for instance, a clean driver's abstract? Do we seek insurance certificates? What does it mean to get a taxi license? I don't mind waiving the age as long as we're getting mechanical fitness every once in a while.
Should I be asking the RCAO to speak?
Madam Chair, I can't speak to the ins and outs of the bylaw requirements now, but what I would say is if you're desirous to change part of the bylaw, it really should be prefaced with your ability to review a staff report on the matter, and it may consider other things in addition to the 8 years. So what I would say to you is that if you wish to take more immediate action, then perhaps your resolution requesting this report, you may wish for that report to go directly to council next month. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that was the, okay, Councillor Burry.
So I'd be completely supportive of that. What I don't want to see is any of our folks disadvantaged by our rules. And I too have a 60-year-old car that's in better shape than some people's 5-year-old vehicles. Okay. So, you know, it's not about age, it's about how they're treated, how they're cared for. And if people are doing a good job, which I suspect Mr. Brown is doing, he's keeping care of his vehicles. So let's see what we can do to make sure he is not disadvantaged, and others that want to work in the township are not disadvantaged by our rules.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Bosomworth.
Yeah, totally in line with the train of thought, and would totally support that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bosomworth.
Thank you. certainly we need to get rid of the age limit on the cars. But I think we should consider getting rid of the licensing. We're the only municipality around here who does it. And perhaps somebody could tell me why we think it's important. Clearly, we don't do any policing of this. So there are, according to the speakers today, you know, we've got people coming in here picking up who are unlicensed, working in our territory. And the poor guy who actually lives here has to have a license. It didn't feel very fair to me, but I could be enlightened.
Okay, thank you. I do think that the direction coming from committee right now is to have staff come back with a report. And I think the question on this, and I think that we are all agreeing that we want to support a business owner and see if there's a path forward. So I think the request is to go directly to council. Is that correct? Versus general and finance for next month, and people, because there was a sense of timing. I think it indicated. Excellent. Thank you. That said, I need two councillors. One to move and one to second. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Kent. I'm going to read this. Does anybody need me to put this on screen? No? Okay. Be it resolved that staff be directed to analyze changes required to business licensing bylaw 2017-090 related to removing requirements on age of vehicles when licensing taxis, and report back to the June council meeting with proposed bylaw changes. All those in favor? Excellent. Thank you very much. That has passed. And now for the district municipality. I don't have to read it all. District updates. Ruth, I'm looking at you, so I'm going to ask you to go first, please, and I'll go around the table this way.
I'll just talk about health services. We're basically, there's a tracking system that's taking place that trying to establish who uses which hospitals, because of course we're not just talking about what's within our own district. Basically, so it's interesting, Huntsville Hospice is getting 50K. So there is other ways people are getting, those funds are happening. And also there's an over and above 500K for staff from a staffing agency that's going to be looked into. We're looking at new staffing software, and essentially, some of you heard there was an incident at the Pines, and I should report this some months ago. And in fact, it was the first incident that happened in over 3 years at the Pines, which resulted in fines to staff. And I will just say, I was very impressed that our senior levels of staff are right on top of it. When client care is compromised, even the slightest, it is dealt with.
Thank you. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, I don't have a heck of a lot. After a bit of a false start, the Highway 169 speed reduction through Torrance got through Public Works last month. It's coming to council next week, Monday, I think it is, Monday morning. And I suspect will be passed and in place effectively then. The speed signs, as I understand it, don't actually get changed until sometime in early June. So probably another month away from that. Not a whole lot. I'll stand down. That's good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Also, so for finance and corporate services, we had a really interesting presentation by the One Investments, which handles the more longer term investments and reserve funds of the district. Finances are in good shape, where 40 cents of every dollar from the district is coming from the township. We talked about hybrid meetings and some rules around hybrid meetings that are likely going to get to council this next term. And there was some discussion around how often one could be not at the table. So I think they're going to land somewhere around 3. And we had a walk-on motion to dispense with hiring a consultant to tell us how the airport should be governed. And we've went straight to staff. So this is saving $50,000 of consulting fees. So we've directed staff to come back with what would the model look like to have the airport as a wholly owned subsidiary of the district, with staff and management accountable to the district for key performance indicators, and obviously governed around, they can't sell the land. It still has to be used as an airport. So instead of the original part was $100,000 governance study, it got slashed at budget to $50,000. And at the last meeting, we said we don't need a consultant to know what the best practice is, because we can see many other municipal airports in this country and in others that are wholly owned subsidiaries, which give accountable. And the nice part about that is it would have the governance board of the airport accountable for it, and maybe a little less councillor meddling. So we think that will be favorable to us. Again, the airport gets a subsidy from the district, which I'll remind people, we pay 40 cents of every dollar on.
You don't have to meetings.
Well, I do have to come to meetings. So I think that we are going to make some progress on the airport file. And there are some very good people associated with it. Certainly the mayor and I met with many interested groups. But it's a big ticket, and when you start to include some of the items that are in fleet that go to the airport. So having that walked on, and it was carried unanimously by committee. So that's going to go to council. So good on us.
Good for you. Thank you. Yes. Councillor Bosomworth. I've never had that, but yes.
Councillor Burry, do you know what the model that the Perry Sound Airport runs under? Because it's very well run, it appears.
It is very well run, and it is, to the best of my knowledge, a wholly owned subsidiary. So North Bay, Sudbury, Peterborough, which is apparently amongst the cream of the crop, because I believe they have 6 revenue streams, including a pretty good restaurant, which is important. You need multiple revenue streams for an airport to work. If you don't have, especially if you do not have commercial activity. So I have learned more about airports from a user side. I know something from, the big airports, because the pension funds own them, and being part of a pension fund, you get to learn it. But, that's more about the efficiencies of takeoffs and landings, where we're much more general aviation, combination of general aviation, painting of airplanes. It's a well-run organization, but it needs to be.
The governance.
Yes, governance
I
is
understand.
key.
And thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Since I was on holidays, I will not be giving a report for the once. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Nishikawa would like to say something. Okay.
I did want to say, though, that while we missed Alan at district, we had the great addition of Mary Ellen.
Thank
It's
you.
very great to have our chair filled. It has, for me, for years, seeing when one of our council members are missing, and sometimes 2 have been missing, and we're like, oh, Muskoka Lakes is not going to win any of this sort of thing.
Yes.
I mean, so I was very appreciative that she was there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary Ellen, for stepping into that role. Okay. Community events. I think we probably have some, and I'm just going to ask committee to be really, really brief, like just high level. Thank you. Councilor Matter. Oh, you need to put your, thank you.
July 15th, Walker's Point Community Center, 150th anniversary, or Walker's Point.
Thank you.
It's going to be good. 12 to 4.
Thank you. Good to know.
July 15th.
Yeah, actually make a summary of these and send them out afterwards. Just as we go into the peak season, it might be an interesting thing for all of us to know as a summary. Thank you. Any other, Councillor Roberts?
Thank you. Very quickly, I'm happy to report that the Milford Bay Community Center will be putting on the pancake breakfast. It was traditionally on the May 24th weekend. They're moving it 1 week further into the month, so all are welcome. And it's the cooks have been for decades the volunteer firefighters, and I hope they all return this year. So
sorry, Councillor Roberts, could you kindly give us a date?
Oh, I think it's the 27th. Let me look and I'll get to you that.
Okay, if you could follow up with staff, that would be helpful. Thank you. Anybody else have a community event? Lunch? Okay, bacon, maple syrup. People are distracted. And maybe this is a good opportunity. I think anytime there is an event, especially as we go into the busy season, having the date and the time, and perhaps we could ask staff to always capture that for us and follow up, because I know there's many of us that would like to participate in these things, but don't always have a sense as to everything that is going on. So just an idea. Thank you on the community events. We now are going to the item number 11, correspondence, everything that was found here. And there's one item underneath there, 11A, with a draft resolution in the support of Bill 5. And I think because it's coming forward from Councillor Nishikawa first, I will ask you to just do a brief summary, if you may, on what this is about.
Bill 5 is primarily a bill to stop the violence against women.
Okay.
And Peter would like it to be part of the men as well.
I was going to say, yeah.
But it is primarily, this bill has been brought forward by a women's coalition, and it is against the violence. And I would say violence, when you read the bill, and hopefully some of you had the opportunity to look through this at when you were looking through your municipal worlds. And in fact, it may not even be physical violence. It's so much more. So I'm just looking for council to support this. Thank you.
Okay. And I think just to clarify, while it's being led by a group of women, it's talking to harassment as a whole. It's not just gender specific, if I read that bill correctly. So, Mayor Kelly.
Just a quick addition to that. I was actually quite surprised that this had to happen, that I would have assumed that it was already in place. And it is, nicely broad sweeping, and to the extent that there is no specific definition of the offense that's covered. And it's very prescriptive, and it's very consequential. Offside and you're in trouble. So I support it.
Okay, thank you. I think at this point, if there's not any other questions, allow me. Do I have to? I know, because it's on the agenda. I can just read this now, correct? Yes, I will read the resolution, and then I will open up for any further comment. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor McIntyre, whereas Bill 5, Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act 2022, was introduced in the Ontario Legislature by MPP Stephen Blake through a private member's bill on August 10th, 2022. And whereas the Township of Muskoka Lakes is committed to demonstrating good governance and greater accountability to its code of conduct and workplace policies, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Muskoka Lakes expresses its support for Bill 5, which would require the code of conduct for municipal councillors and members of local boards to include a requirement to comply with workplace violence and harassment policies, and permit municipalities and local boards to direct the Integrity Commissioner to apply to the court to vacate a member's seat if the Commissioner's inquiry determines that the member has contravened this requirement. And further, that this resolution be circulated to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, and Honourable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and Honourable Stephen Blais, MPP for Orleans, and the Honourable Graydon Smith, MPP for Parry Sound, Muskoka. So now that I've read the resolution, are there any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. I also would like to thank both our clerk and Councillor Nishikawa specifically for following a new process and in advance having this resolution prepared and ready and on our agenda. This helps us all be a lot more efficient and effective with our time. And so I just urge us, I did thank you for sending us out in advance a request. So moving forward, if there is an item like this, this is a very good process to follow. So thank you. And thank you. Nothing enclosed. I believe I can read the resolution to adjourn this meeting, and I am going to read it, and it will take us to about 1:15. So would I suggest 2:15 for the council meeting as a follow-up, just in case anybody leaves? 2:15 and dinner's on Mayor Kelly. Okay. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that this meeting adjourn at 1:13 PM. And the next regular meeting of the General Finance Committee will be held on Wednesday, June 14th, 2023 at 9 AM or at the call of the chair electronically from the council chambers, municipal office in Fort Carling, Ontario. All those in favor? Thank you. Have a wonderful lunch and we will see everybody at 2:15.
You're suggesting dinner.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, I know.